Hey, Elder Suntan Spitfire, ignite the scroll from pyramids to pavement. They feel the soul, Elder Apostle dropping jewels rare and colossal. The HOK, we get hustle over gospel. Religion in your ears, science in your nostril. House of consciousness, ain't no room for the docile. Toughest debate forum, earth can't deny. Iron sharpens iron till the sparks start to fly. Sign letter says source up, source up. Get your skin thick or your career fold up. Sign letter says source up, source up. Weak arguments crumble, they ain't bold enough. Micah guillotine, slice the lies from the clean. Crowd electrified, charged like a live machine. Hieroglyphs in my veins, ancestors in my spleen. Building blocks of truth, DNA of a king. The HOK ain't for the timid or the frail. Weigh your knowledge on a scale or get derailed. Sharpen swords in the foreign minds prevail. Drown in the current when the truth sets sail. Sign letter says source up, source up. Get your skin thick or your career fold up. Sign letter says source up, source up. Weak arguments crumble, they ain't bold enough. Iron tongue, every word a blade. Cut through illusions, truth displayed. No retreat, no surrender. We crusade. House of consciousness where legends are made. Sign letter says source up, source up. Get your skin thick or your career fold up.
The HOK is the toughest environment. Enter at your own risk. The HOK is the toughest environment. Enter at your own risk.
Yo, I grew up where the air hung heavy and thick. Every corner a battlefield. Gotta be quick, street light, neon sound. In the toughest environment, feet on the ground. I talk fluent in the silent language that the broken walls speak. This is the fortress of steel. When iPad speaks, no escape from HOK. This is real. Before you come in here, you better know the deal.
Carry the whole block's weight in my soul. Born from the cinder block, ashes, people are cool. The toughest environment is me. Built from the concrete, the toughest environment is a net. When you step into the Colosseum, we gon' see them. The ancient of the days, artifact in the museum, yeah. Enter at your own risk.
Don't be like a little bitch.
Oh my, my. Enter at your own risk.
Don't be like a little bitch.
Yeah, this way it goes down, 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 down. Try to win, you gotta have tough skin.
The concrete freeze like ice. Israelites cool-blooded, think twice, The air cuts like a scalpel. Survival ain't a choice, it's a physical grapple. Where the street lights blink, judgment in the shadows hold a price. Grew callous over fear, paid my dues in pure sacrifice.
Shout out to all those that support this channel. Special days to you. Without you there is no me.
Check.
Yeah. Testing 1 2 1 2. Can everybody hear me? Let me turn my sound up. 1 2. Yeah, I can hear myself now. Man, listen, we got the debate finally going down today. You know, we're gonna deal with the Ethiopian information. I think this is gonna be a real good one right here. Something totally different, you know, than the Bible. It's debates. And we got Selah Shalom going up against Zion Warchild. And this is going to be great right here. I think I'm loving this one right here. But I'm going early because I'm calling out Judah Naz. See, now Judah Naz is running from me like a coward. First of all, you doing the show and you talking about me because you say I didn't answer your phone call. And that's the reason why you're doing the show. That's why you're doing the show, because you said that I didn't answer your phone call. Have you ever considered that maybe I didn't receive your phone call? Maybe I didn't hear it because every call you make got to be on WhatsApp. Have you ever considered that? Nah, you just went ham just because you said I didn't pick up your phone call. Damn, brother, there's been many times when you have not picked up my phone call when I called you. Did I go ham and did I do some childish stuff and go live and, this nigga Judah don't pick up my call? No, But I got text messages showing you. So I know it's some screws loose somewhere that who does that? Because somebody don't pick up your call. Who does that and do a stream? Now, people ain't got to answer your call, bro, if they don't want to. But the truth of the matter is, I didn't see no call. I didn't hear a call. You know? And if I did, if you look at your phone, you'll see when I've been calling you, trying to set up the debate with you and Commission. With you and Commission of Debt. You know what I'm saying? So now you got me to the point because you was talking a lot of mumbo jumbo crap, talking about Sarnetta, talking about God is evil. I stand on what I say. And so I'm calling you out, Judah. Sarnetta is calling you out, Judah. Are you going to be a man or a coward and go back there and make videos by yourself? Or are you going to face me like a man? Come up in here, Keon. Next time you see him and he go live, say, Sarnetta calling you out, Keon. Keon, let him know. I'm calling you out, Judah Naz. The stand on what you say you stand on and believe. I'm telling you that the God of the Bible, that your God, that the Israelite God is a goddamn warmonger. He's wicked. He's evil. I'm standing on that. Now, all you got to do is prove me wrong. But you ain't going to do that. What you're going to do is the Momo stuff. You're going to go and make, oh, Sarnetta said this and Sarnetta said that. Nah, nigga, I'm telling you what I said. Let the people hear it. Just come on and stand on it. Stand on it, brother. Right? I'll pull a scripture, I'll break it down, and then have you respond to it. Or you can respond to it first. Either way, it don't matter. We're going to both get fair or have a fair deal. Either way. And I bet you I will be victorious in the end, and people will say, yes, that's an evil God. But you ain't going to do it because you know I'll crack your dome. I'll crack your head, man. Pause. You ain't going to do it, Judah. And guess what? I'm not even mad at you. I'm not beefing with you, brother. I do this shit in my sleep, bro. I do it in my sleep. I'm not banging on you. I'm not coming up with ad homs. I'm strictly dealing with the information. I'm not going to be like you. I'm going to deal with the information. I'm not mad at you. I'm not beefing with you. I'm ready to get it in with you, though, on the knowledge, on the information. You're going to say banging on the Bible is not conscious. The hell it ain't. The hell it ain't. That's all y'all do. To Zoriach, all the Israelites, y'all outside banging on everybody religion. You bang on the Nation of Islam. Tell me if I'm right or wrong, family. Y'all niggas bang on the Nation of Islam. Y'all bang on the Christians' religion. Y'all bang on everybody who don't subscribe to your way of religion. But the minute someone say something about your God, it's like y'all got on panties and it's getting tight now. It's like you looking for Kotex and you need to put on the tampon. You see? It's like you can't handle it when it's coming back to you. And that's all Israelites do all day is bang on everybody, from the woman to the child. And the people know I'm right. And see, that's why I'm built different from y'all, because I come from the battlefield, the streets of hard knocks, man, on 125th, when I banged with everybody. You name it, from the Nation of Islam to the Nation of Gods and Earth, to the Moors, to the Hebrews, to the Jews. I come up under that. That's why this is nothing for me. I laugh at this type of stuff from the Kemet, and I'm not Kemet. I'm none of that. I just choose to go with the information more so because that was here way before all this other stuff. Prove me wrong. That's all you got to do. So Judah Naz, if you're there, I'll drop the link. No, I don't want to drop the link for you right now. Matter of fact, yeah, because you might say, oh, see, he was scared. I'll drop the link for you right now. Even though this is this is a debate, but the debate starts at 6 o'clock, y'all. So you're all right. I'm just giving y'all some entertainment before the debate starts. The debate starts at 6 o'clock. And so here it is. The link is in the chat, Judah. Get your ass up in here and let's get it in. Not now. I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about let's come up with a date where we can get it in sometime this week coming up. We don't need to do no 3 weeks or 2 weeks. We don't need to do none of that. I stay ready, so I ain't got to get ready. Chat. So, Judah, the link is in the chat. All I want is Judah to hit that link. Hit the link, Judah. Don't be no coward, brother, because you're talking crazy when I'm not there on the panel to defend myself. And like I said, this is not no beef. I'm not beefing with you, brother. I'm not beefing at all. I just want to show you that you're not a man of that book. You don't believe in that book. You don't believe in your God in the book, because everything God told you not to do, you do it. You lie all through the book. You lie all day. Huh? You're evil. I'll just show you one thing to prove to you that you are not no different than me, brother. Watch this. See, I'm going to show you where you're not ready for me, man. I'm going to show you where you're not even ready for me. You know we're in my league, man. Is this the one? All right, yeah, this the one. I hit you with this one and end the damn show. Show you where you know we're in my league, brother. Because you just as wicked as hell. All of you are wicked as hell. If you committed sin, guess what? You ain't nothing but the devil. So when y'all say, oh, saw devil, saw Satan, like y'all not the devil. You're the devil too. I'll prove it right here. Bingo. John 1 John 3 and 8. Everyone who commits sin is of the devil. For the devil has been what? Sinning from the beginning. The devil been sinning from the beginning. And it's talking about you. It's talking about the people. Y'all been sinning. The man been sinning from the beginning. Everyone who commits sin is of the devil. Are you telling me you have never committed sin, Judah? Huh? Lying is a sin. Don't you know that? Lying is a sin. Getting high, smoking weed. You're not supposed to do none of that. So how much of a man of God? You're worse than me. All of you Israelites that's out there, you are worse than me. That's getting high, smoking, hitting that white girl. And I don't mean the physical white girl. You know what I'm talking about. That Snow White girl. You know what I'm talking about. That powder. That's what I'm talking about. All right, Keon, I hear you. So that's all I'm talking about, Judah. Stop saying somebody else is wicked when you are wicked. Your God is letting you know that you're wicked, brother. Stop saying that. Come on, man. This is why you're afraid of me. Because you know I got that smoke for you, man. And I'm using scriptures for you. You ain't gonna face me, man. I'll show you. Here's one right here that I'm going to show you. See, I can show you stuff because I know you can't dispute it. Watch this. Let me give you this right here. Here's one of them that I could prove to show you how wicked your God is, the God of the Bible. Don't get mad, nigga. Just come back and prove me wrong. Simple as that. You all up in here crying and looking shameful to the people. You're supposed to be a man of war. That's what the Israelites supposed to be, men of war, bro. You don't supposed to be. Another said, and he was talking about her God is evil, and I don't need to go over there no more because he talking about God is evil. I was sitting back. I was just like this. No, he's not up here boo-hooing. No, he's not up here boo-hooing like this. And it's supposed to be a Old Testament Israelite, and he up here boo-hooing. Well, boo-hoo on this right here, nigga. Boo-hoo on this right here. Showing you that your God is evil, wicked. Did y'all know that God was the one that makes people, they don't call it retarded no more. What's the word they use, fam? They don't say retarded no more, but they use, what's the other word? The Lord said to him, who gives speech to mortal, make them mute or dumb, seeing or blind. It is not, all right, I, the Lord. It is not I, the Lord. So right there is letting you know when the Lord tells you all of this stuff, not that one, that's the other scripture. But there's another scripture where it says they can't even come into the temple. You can't even come into the temple if you have one ball, right? And the Most High is the one who does that, right? Damn, where's that scripture at? I'm looking for it. That's not the one I wanted to show. It's the other one. Damn. Anyway, it's in my presentation, so it'll come up when it's time to come up. Right now, family, we waiting on Zion and Selah Shalom, and they will be in here in a minute. They will be in here in a minute. 6 o'clock. I'm just heating it up, warming it up for them to come on in. Judah Naz, where you at? Yeah. Zion Warchild is in the back. He just waiting for Selah. We're gonna get this thing popping. We're gonna get it popping. So I'm calling out, and you know what? For some reason, Apostle really believes that Tazariak is gonna get me. I think I want to call out Tazariak too. I want the best, man. I want the best. Because if I can't, I want Judah first. But if Judah's scared, I will go after Captain Tazariak. I'll go after him. I'm going to give Judah some time to hit me back. Maybe not today or sometime this week. And then I'm going to go after the top, the Hebrew. I'm going after the top Israelite to prove that the God of the Bible is really the devil and evil and wicked. Captain might not want that smoke with me on this one. Telling you. If he was smart, he'd be like, he'd come up with an excuse. Come on, Sarnetta, you know, you don't want this smoke. He'd better be smart. Because I'm going to show you where God of the Bible, listen to me again, y'all. The God of the Bible not only condones grape, but enforces grape. Enforces it. Y'all didn't hear me. Y'all didn't hear me. He uses his power to make it happen. You ain't hear me, Keon. Keon, you ain't hear me. The God of the Bible, brother. And I'm not going to use the same scriptures that you're seeing. I got new scriptures, brother. Woo! Whoa, I got this smoke for your ass. I got the smoke for you, bro. I got the smoke for you. Y'all don't want this smoke. All right, so I got both of the brothers in the back. Let me get ready to put this thing down right quick. And these brothers are getting ready to go in. And so let's get this thing popping. I got both of the brothers here, and we're going to get it in.
Messed up, like, he saved from up there where y'all at. He saved from New York. Well, upstate.
Upstate New York? Nah, we don't claim that.
Screaming at the top of your lungs don't make you that guy. Try to watch my style and replay it, don't make you fly. Don't take a break, cause the fake like the snake. When the big dog away, all they do is clout chase. When I enter the room, all they do is bout face. Put them lions on my back, then ball with the minister. Side put me on there, everybody wanna mimic you. Yeah, I thought I told you we the toughest here. We be on the scene, niggas screen our shit. We the toughest you done seen, we the big boy clique. If he really want smoke, I pull up with him. Toughest environment, smoke city. I can tell by your energy you ain't really woke. He showed up to debate, but he choked. No money in his pocket, boy broke. Shit, the only thing he can teach is hope. Kill a spider, drown a fish, stomp a rose, do something. But don't come on side and let him with the stunt. Everybody over here getting money. Touche hit me up, told me go and run it. Guess I'm Carl Lewis. You looking dumb foolish. Nigga way upstate making soft music. Boy, this the toughest environment, show you how to do it. Mr. Toughest environment, show you how to do it. We be on the scene, niggas screen our shit. We the toughest you done seen, we the big boy clique. If he really want smoke, I pull up with him. Toughest environment, smoke city. I can tell by your energy you ain't really woke. He showed up to debate, but he choked. No money in his pocket, boy broke. Shit, the only thing he can teach is hope. We be on the scene, niggas screen our shit. We the toughest you done seen, we the big boy clique. If he really want smoke, I pull up with him. Toughest environment, smoke city. I can tell by your energy you ain't really woke. He showed up to debate, but he choked. No money in his pocket, boy broke. Shit, the only thing he can teach is hope.
Yeah. So it's about to go down. I need y'all brothers to cam up. Let's go. Cam it up. Cam it up. Cam it up. Cam it up. All right, we finally here today, and what's good about the debate right here, this debate, is that you two brothers are good people. Y'all friends with each other. Y'all don't hate on each other, so we know that it ain't gonna be no ad homs. It's just gonna be strictly information. And for those that's out there, for those of you that's out there, make sure. I see you streaming, Selah Shalom.
Is that cool? I seen the
No. But once it's finished, you can grab it.
All right, so you better stop. How I stop it? Let me.
Yeah, I got it. I stopped it.
Oh, all right, cool. Appreciate you.
Yeah, once this is finished, then you can stop it. But if the people want to see it, they got to come over here and watch the debate.
Got you.
And you can grab it as soon as it's over. No problem.
Yeah, no pressure. All
right, brother. So yeah, y'all can come on through. This is gonna be good. Let me give y'all the rundown real quick. Y'all gonna get 3 minutes apiece to open up. Is that cool? Y'all need 3 or 5? Talk to me.
3 is cool.
3 is cool. You got 2 20-minute rounds. First round 20, second round 20. If y'all don't need to complete the whole thing, that's on you. The third round, I'm giving you 10 minutes. See? So I'm going to give you 20 minutes the first 2 rounds. In the third round, you will get 10 minutes. And then after that, you get a rebuttal round. The rebuttal will be 5 minutes. After the rounds is over, y'all will get 5 minutes to rebut. So as y'all rounds is going, make sure y'all jotting down y'all information that you want to rebut on what he's saying. That goes for both of y'all. And then we're going to have a closing round where y'all will be able to close out. And then if y'all got time, we're going to run over here across the street and do an after party and have the people ask y'all the questions. We're going to let them engage in questions and answers. Is that cool? Any questions, anybody?
I'm with it.
Any questions, Zion?
No, I'm good.
Okay. I don't have a coin on me to see who go first.
Let Zion go first since he wanted the debate.
All right, yeah. So he's the challenger. Zion, you are the challenger. So you go first.
Well, he's arguing the affirmative, and usually the affirmative would go first.
No, but you're the challenger.
All right.
Yeah, see, you challenge him. So,
all right, cool.
Right. Okay, so let me get my clock ready. Let me fix my clock.
Hold on now. Let me get my...
Yeah, get your presentation up. You got 3 minutes. This is the opening round. And you will have 3 minutes in this opening round to get it in. Let me know when you're ready, brother. I want y'all to pay attention. Share this right quick, y'all. I need everybody to share it. Let it go out. Because you know how they're trying to block the channel. So share it. Hit the like as you come in. Hit that like for me, y'all. Hit the like button. We got 50 likes and we got 180 people in the building. Let's hit that like. We should have had over 100 likes already. All right, Zion, that's your presentation there, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me know when you're ready.
All right.
Time start, brother. When you ready? Yeah,
let's go. So my brother Selah Shalom, he made a statement, you know what I mean, on that video about the Ethiopian Bible. And this is what brought this whole entire
Roman influence.
What he said?
You can see how Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church is a product of Roman influence.
Say it again.
You can see how Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church is a product of Roman influence. You can see how Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church is a product.
Yeah, I had to go Dr. Inky real quick, you know what I'm saying? So here's my opening, you know what I'm saying? May it please the court. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, today we are asked to decide more than a question of historical lineage. You are asked to decide whether the entire people, their faith, their liturgy, and their memory can be reduced to a single convenient label, a product of Rome. That label is not neutral. It is a claim that collapses centuries of independent development into a footnote, into someone else's story. It is a claim that substitutes assertion for evidence, rhetoric for record, and stereotype for scholarship. I'll show you three things in the course of this debate here. First, I'll show that the claim is procedurally defective. The burden of proof rests with the party making the affirmative claim. If you assert that Ethiopian Christianity is merely a derivative of Greco-Roman Christianity, you must produce the documentary, the textual, liturgical, and archaeological evidence that establishes that causal chain. You cannot meet that burden by pointing to a handful of Greek words, a few stylistic echoes, or isolated artifacts, institutional little practices that demand the rest of us to disprove a sweeping historical thesis. That is a burden shifting dressed up as argument, right? So second, I'll show that the claim is logically flawed. It commits multiple fallacies, equivocation, confusing language of transmission with cultural identity, false analogy, treating superficial resemblance as proof of wholesale derivation, right? And cherry picking, selecting evidence that fits the story while ignoring a broader corpus that contradicts it. You'll see how the proponent conflates the presence of Greek and administrative inscriptions with the wholesale adoption of Greco-Roman theology, and how that conflation collapses important distinctions between translation, adaptation, and assimilation, right? So third, and most important, I'll show that the claim erases agency. Ethiopian Christianity is not a passive receptacle into which Greco-Roman forms were poured, right? It is a living tradition that translated, adapted, resisted, and reinterpreted foreign elements on its own terms. It preserves Semitic liturgy in Ge'ez, maintained Judaic practices such as the Sabbath observance, circumcision, dietary laws, and many community development.
All right. When you hear that horn,
yes, sir,
the time is up. I want to thank you, brother, for your first opening round. I appreciate that. I mean, that was just the opening. Brother Selah Shalom, you geared up? You ready? Remove your slide, brother. Remove your slide, Zion.
Okay.
Let me know when you're ready, brother. Selah.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm gonna just talk. You know, this 3 minutes don't require too much.
Okay, time start when you start talking.
Yes, sir. What it is, peace to the creator gang, peace to Sonnet, peace to everybody on the chat, peace to Warchild or whatever, you know what I mean? So I don't need too much of a explanation for this. This is easy work on my side. What I'm gonna show tonight is without a shadow of a doubt that Christianity, Ethiopian Christianity, is definitely a product of Rome and is definitely influenced by Greco-Roman. So, we're dealing with Christianity in Ethiopia. So we got to start exactly where it begins. We can't go to the Kushite dynasty of Kemet. We can't go back to the 4th century BC. We're dealing with Christianity entering Ethiopia, and that's the beginning point where this argument begins. We're going to see if Rome has any influence on Ethiopia. We're going to see if any of the biblical doctrines, which is the New Testament, because if you are a Christian, you are following the teachings of Christ, and the teachings of Christ are the New Testament. So we're going to have to see original manuscripts in the Ge'ez in the New Testament and showing how that influenced the Greek and the Roman world. So what I'm going to show you is Rome coming down with their influence into Alexandria, Egypt, which is the mother of Ethiopia. Ethiopia is the daughter to Alexandria, Egypt, and Alexandria, Egypt is a pawn to Rome, and we're going to show that. So if the mother is compromised, likewise is the daughter compromised, and I'm going to show that. So this is going to be a cakewalk for me, because the amount of evidence that I have to show, sources, culture, translation of text, all leads back to Rome. So with that, y'all, get ready for a good presentation. I hope Zion got something to rebut what I'm about to come with, because all what I'm coming with is sources. I'm not coming with my opinion. Everything is objective, so you can see it for yourself. Now, what I will do is, when I'm doing my round, I'm going to say source, and I'm going to read the direct citation of that source instead of trying to quote the book and all that, so I could flow freely, so you could get a picture of what I'm saying. And the sources will be on the screen for you to see anyway. So with that being said, I'm going to prove tonight, without a shadow of a doubt, that Ethiopia is nothing more than a pawn of Rome. How much more minutes I got, son? 49 seconds?
Yeah, 14 seconds. 14 seconds.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm good with that. All roads lead to Rome. That's right.
All right, this is going to be a powerful scholastic debate on both sides. Both of these brothers are strong when it comes to this information. So I'm going to have to, I'm going to leave it up to y'all to see what y'all say about it. If y'all don't know that much on the subject, don't even vote on it, And without any further ado, gear yourself up, Zion Warchild. This is your first round, 20 minutes. And let me know when you're ready, brother. And family, don't be afraid. If y'all want to donate to these brothers, go ahead. I need my moderators. Y'all can put up y'all Cash App if y'all want to. My man Selah, if you can put up your Cash App, I'll make you a mod so that way you can drop your link. Same with you, Zion Warchild. Same with you. Support these brothers. They coming to give this information to y'all for free. For free. This is like a gift to y'all. Powerful information. Let's show our scholars some support here. See that? I'm not even selfish. I need a couple of dollars too. But you see, I'm telling my brothers, send them the money. Send them something for them doing this, man. All right. I see you.
You know that. I'm going to break bread with you. You already know.
Yeah, I see you, Selah, right there. I'm going to add you as a mod right now so that your joints could be seen. The links could be seen. Now, you might want to do it again. Do it again.
I got you.
Because now you're a mod, so it could be. Come on, Zion, let's go, brother. Should be ready. All right. I see your screen. Let me know when you're ready. All right, there go my brother Selah Shalom. Show some love. Support him, brother. Support him. If y'all got 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, if you can do that, do it. Just show some love. Because when we do stuff like that, guess what? They don't mind coming back over here, showing love and giving y'all this information. You see? That's what we got to understand. That's what we're going to have to learn. When they showing love and supporting us, they don't mind coming back. So, you ready, Brother Zion?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm going to start when you start speaking.
All right. So here's the statement, right? The portrayal of Ethiopian Christianity as merely a product of Rome is a gross oversimplification and erases centuries of independent, antiquitous theological development. Liturgical creativity. He's taking the seasoning out of the potato salad and throwing some Roman raisins in it, y'all. Liturgical creativity, the political resistance. It reduces the living African tradition to a footnote in a European story and thereby minimizes the agency, identity, and dignity of an entire people. You know what I'm saying? Who sent you? You know what I mean? So, okay, so the depictions of Ethiopia in Greek imagination prior to even Christianity, like he said, it's not really about this, but it's very important to understand that Ethiopians had a large history of influence on the world prior to Christianity. And this is very important in understanding the adoption of Christianity into Ethiopian culture, right? So we have here old, you know what I'm saying, Greco-Roman artifacts showing Ethiopian, the king Memnon, which, you know what I'm saying, that term Aethiops was connected to through Greco-Roman history. And this actually was a broad scope of a geological area of the south of Egypt, the Nile Valley, right? You see right here, this is the man over here, might as well have a daggone folding chair in his hand right now. You know what I mean? We see this all the time. You know what I mean? We know what it is, and they knew what it was. Over here talking about this is it's like these Ethiopians was some kind of, you know what I'm saying, like they fell over and just, you know what I'm saying, claiming Ethiopian Christianity as a product of Greco-Roman Christianity it's equal to Hellenization, y'all. Understand what this really means. To be a product of Greco-Romanized Christianity or Greco-Romanization, that is called Hellenization. It was something that was adopted from the Greeks once the Romans had conquered the Greeks, right? Hellenization means a deep assimilation into Greek worldview and identity. It's not just using Greek words or having the contract with Greek culture. It's adopting Greek philosophy, language, categories as a foundation of theological practice, right? So an example is Chalcedonian Christianity is Roman Constantinople defined Christology using Greek philosophical distinctions, thesis, hypothesis, and ousia, right? So these are Greek terms, you know what I'm saying, dealing with Hellenized ideologies, right? Over the past 20 years, I have further explored. This is a source here. I think I have the source somewhere. Yeah, I do. Right here. Okay, so let me go back. We go back here real quick. So it says here, over the past years, I have further explored the question of how developing Jesus movement was transformed in the context of integration into global culture, or of the Imperium Romanum, right? Imperium Romanum. Remember that, y'all. This in turn led to me to revisit the further development and the observations regarding the history of analytic category of Hellenization. Therefore, I was delighted when the conveners in the Dutch annual lectures in patristic asked me to present an overview of my research in this field, which the lecture in their new series, Let Me Know How Media's in Rest, right? I would like to start with a detailed reminder that the history of the notion of Hellenization. In my remarks, I will focus on mainly the selected number of important German academics while largely leaving aside. So we're talking about Hellenization right here, right? Here's another part. A clip from this source, Hellenism, right? The adjective formed as it is now understood, a relative recent term. The great scholar Drosin was the first to attach its present significance to it about years connection with Second Maccabees, according to the Hegelian new civilization further above by the expedition of Alexander the Great and the Greco-Macedonian colonial rule, which followed a civilization was shaped by the gradual spread of Greek language and of Greek forms of life and thought. Wait, not just Greek language, right? Greek forms of life and thought. Let me show you where the hole is in this. So this comes from this source here. Does it make sense to speak about Hellenization in Christianity and antiquity? You know what I'm saying? By Christopher Mark Chase, DOI.org, Church History, Religious Culture, right? So let's go here further. Examples of control of Hellenization, Egypt, Serapis cult. You know what I'm saying? Serapis was basically their way of trying to fuse Kemetic science with Greco-Roman gods, right? So they put Apollos and they put Osiris together, and they made that this is how the Greeks were trying to Greco-Roman Hellenism asserted that it imposed their theological thinking, not just the language or imposed cultural practices, but language thinking, liturgical practices, religious control, theological identities. Right? So Serapis cult created by the Ptolemies to unify Greeks and Egyptians. Syria's local Semitic gods were identified with Zeus or Apollos. Roman emperors themselves were deified, blending Greco-Roman divine categories with local traditions. Judaism and Christianity, Hellenistic philosophy shaped debates in early Christianity, logos theology in John's gospel, right? We're going to get to that, right? While Rome tried to control Jewish and Christian movements by framing them with Greco-Roman categories. Right? So what is Hellenization? Definition refers to the spread of Greek culture, language, philosophy, religion across the Mediterranean and Near East after Alexander the Great, right? The mechanism, local gods were often reinterpreted in Greek terms, syncretism. For example, Egyptian Osiris Apis became Serapis, and the Greco-Egyptian god designed to appeal to both Greeks and so watch this, right? So the blending created a shared cultural framework. Right? The Roman adoption of Hellenization, Rome as an heir of Hellenism after the conquering of Greece in the 2nd century. Rome absorbed Greek philosophy, art, and religion. Roman elites studied Greek texts and reframed Roman gods in Greek categories. Right? So this is what Hellenization truly means. Right? And how it became a thing, right? Ethiopianizing Christianity. Here, we're going to look at a converse, you know what I'm saying, perspective on how something can be adopted and translated into the culture of the people, not being imposed by an outside foreign force with their own theological and liturgical. Okay? So this brother is let's go. So the canon, Ethiopia preserved texts like Enoch, Jubilees, Roman rejected. So when you have a canon, the canon is usually to support the doctrine of the imperial, what has been designated as to be canon according to the Greco-Roman church. That is what you are to worship and how you are, because it supports their diopposite doctrine. We'll get to that as well, right? So you have to take on this. You don't take the canon, then you're rejecting, right? The practice of dual Sabbaths, Ark of Tabat traditions, theology, Mephysite, made one Christology reflects African concepts of unity and kingship. See, because he thinks that the word Miaphysite, you know what I'm saying, just because it had a Greek origin doesn't mean that the actual practice came from the Greeks. See, what he is doing is he is making a fallacy of equivocation. He is conflating the fact that something has a Greek word because it was the lingua franca, you know what I'm saying, of that time, that somehow this means that it interjects Greco-Roman thinking. I'm going to show you a couple of examples of why that is not true. Contrast with Hellenization imposing Greek categories, essence, the nature of logos, Greco-Roman pantheon equivalences, Ethiopianization, translating Christianity into Ethiopia's Afro-Semitic worldview, cosmic kingship, sacred objects, unity of divine human nature, which is congruent with Nile Valley religious traditions that predated Roman traditions, right? Of that century. So at the end of the day, we're going to go forward, right? The Greeks often evoked Ethiopia or Ethiops in their myths associating with divine favor. Hold on. I thought the Greeks and were imposing that. No. Ethiopia imposed its right? Upon them. In their mythos, favor, exotic prestige with Ares is not the literal so-called brother of Zeus Aethiops. They used to call Zeus Aethiops. Greek mythology repeatedly portrays Ethiopia as a land beloved by the gods. This romanticization reflects how Ethiopia's cultural and religious stature influenced Greek imagination rather than being a passive product of Greek invention, right? So at that time, it wasn't a product of no Greek invention. Right? The Ethiopia had its own specific identity. The whole thing with the Ares thing, you'll see that Ethiopia was basically flagging on Rome when Azana said something about Ares. Why? Because he already had a god of war. So he was basically Ethiopianizing them instead of being Greco-Roman or Hellenized, right? So Mithraism right there, the first century, they were practicing Mithraism, where we get the 25th, December 25th Christmas, right? Which is coming up right now. You know what I'm saying? Here's the irony, right? So these core beliefs, the worship center around Mithra and the depicting of slaying the bull, Tower Cottony, symbolizing cosmic renewal, emphasizing salvation, loyalty, and moral purity. Rituals were secretive, and initiations and hierarchical grades of membership, right? Mithraism was a mystery cult, exclusive and secretive. Christianity was a public universal offering of salvation to all. So during the first century, before the Greeks and Romans adopted Christianity and translated the Hebrew text into the Greek, there was a Christianity before it. This is the apostolic era. The first century was not Greek. It was Jewish. It was Syriac. It was Egyptian. And Paul was the one who went to the Greeks and Romans. Mark and others went to Egypt into come on now. So here. Right, so we have a quick thing. And so it talks about the Christianity that arrived in Africa in the first century, right? So we know we have actual history that while Ethiopia may have received Christianity or as a state, legalized as a state religion by Azana in the third or fourth century, we know that Christianity was already in Ethiopia prior to it. So wait. So Azana's legalizing it and making it a state imperial religion of the elite class didn't have nothing to do with the Christianity that was already in being transferred and through cultural transmission. Something this brother is not he's not going to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not going to help him paint the simplest picture for you. That's why he says it's cake for him. This is not cake, bro. This is highly layered and nuanced. Christianity is shaped its doctrines and included the Tertullian, Perpetua, Felicity, Clement, Alexandria, Origin of Alexandria, Cyprian, Athenius, and the Augustine. All of these are Greek names. Do you know that half of these people are not even Greek? See, that's the thing. He gonna pose it to you because they're using Greek terminology to describe most of these people are daggone Syrian, Egyptian, or Syrian. Come on, B. See, what you're not going to do is blow smoke today. In the 4th century, the Aksumite Empire in the modern Ethiopia and Eritrea became one of the first religions of the world to adopt Christianity as official religion. See, so that's when it was adopted as the official religion, not that it was really introduced there by Frumentius. We'll get to that, right? So this is the fallacy of in Greek by default logic. Equivocation fallacy. It occurs when the word or concept is used to different senses, but to treat it as the same. In this case, Greek as a language of transmission, manuscripts written in Greek, Greek as a cultural religious identity, Hellenized Christianity. The argument wrongly equates the two as if writing in Greek automatically makes the religion Greek. We speak in English. Does hip hop come from Great Britain? That's what he's suggesting here. That's like saying that Vanilla Ice wrote freaking Rakim's lyrics. Like, come on, P. You bugging, right? Contrast with Miaphysite, Egyptian doctrine. Miaphysite Coptic Ethiopian Christ is the one united nature, fully divine and fully human, inseparable, reflects the Egyptian religious continuity where gods like Osiris and Horus embodied unity in divine human realms, not split. Thus, Miaphysism resonates more with the Nile Valley theology of unity and resonates with Greco-Roman dualism. Christ as a demigod in comparison. In the Chalcedonian terms, Christ is fully divine and fully human, but the two natures remain distinct. And in this structural similar to Greco-Roman demigods, Perseus and Hercules, who embody both divine and human identities. The difference Christianity insists Christ is one person, not half divine, whereas Greco-Roman demigods were often seen as half God and half man. Still, the conceptual framework of the dual natures is strikingly parallel, right? So we'll go a little bit further here, right? Here, look at this stuff. All of the statutes. Virgin birth concept is different from how the Mayan Phi-site looked at it. The Hebrew to the Greek with the connection to the Greek word pantheo, Parthenos, right? The Parthenos meaning the virgin or goddess, right? Look at this. Look at it. Don't that look like Helen? Hell to the no. Hellenized churches, the statues and carvings, churches influenced by Greco-Roman, Catholic, Byzantine, Orthodox, incorporated statues and reliefs.
When you hear the first horn, that means you got 5 minutes left. Continue,
right,
brother.
Right. Greek artistic heritage sculpture was central in Hellenistic art. This tradition carried into Christian Roman art. So when you talk about Hellenization, the Ethiopians rejected that. You'll never see a statue. You'll never see none of that wickedness over there. Right? So Matthew, so here's the interesting thing. We're going to see how different the mindset of the Semitics right there in Bible scripture, right? When the crowds in Matthew 9, the Jews were afraid when they saw some miracles being done, right? And they saw the miracles, the crowd saw it, and they were afraid, and they glorified God who had given such authority. See how they looked at it? They immediately said, God gave him the authority. That gave that person that the divinity through the unity between the Father and through whatever vessel God was using to do those miracles. But here's how the Romans looked at things. Acts, right? And when the crowd saw Paul had done, and they lifted up their voice saying, Lysonian, the gods have come down to us in the likeness of men. Barnabas they called Zeus, and Paul they called Hermes, immediately transfigurizing their Greek gods onto these men. And that is what Hellenism is, sir. Okay, factionalism in Corinth, we could talk about that. Chloe's the church between Paul and Chloe. We already know that, biblically speaking, they talked about the separation. The Syriac church, the Egyptian church, all came before the Greco-Roman Byzantine church, which was in the, later in the 313 CE, when that was legalized. So prior to that, they were still doing the daggone Serapis and the Mithraism. Lord, right? So Irenaeus demonstrates that the apostolic, right? Irenaeus' preachings supplies a model of how early Christianity claimed apostolic authorities through local tradition and text. A model Ethiopia used to legitimize its own Ge'ez, rejecting Greek. See, homeboy Moses 777 said Ge'ez is Greek. It is not. It is Afro-Semitic. It comes from a Syriac text and is closely more related to the Aramaic. So that is a lie. And the reason why they translated it over was because they wanted to preserve the Hebrew Semitic syntax, which I'll show you guys later. Greek ideological perspective, divinity, anthropomorphic gods, hierarchy of polytheism, Egyptian ideological perspectives, or Nile Valley perspectives, cosmic order, divine kingship. There's a difference, y'all, between the two doctrines. And this is why they had beef. And I'll show you, this dude is giving us scrabble. I'm over here trying to paint pictures. Nigga. You know what I'm saying? Oversimplify stuff, man. The audience ain't dumb. Greco-Roman diopposite, Greco-Roman Roman gods as parallels, Christ as demigods in comparison, right? So I got all my sources and stuff, right? But right now I got to paint this picture, right? Reflection of the Ethiopian in light of the Koine Greek, the language independence, right? Just because they had Koine Greek didn't mean that everybody who was using the Koine Greek was Greeks. In fact, when you look at the book of Revelation, it clearly states that the syntax in the writing shows that the person who was writing the book of Revelation, John on the island of Patmos, according to the legend, was a person who could not really write in Greek. But he was trying to write it in Greek, and it still had the Semitic syntax, and so therefore they knew that the writer was Semitic. And the language in it is codified anti-Greco-Romanization. Greco-Roman imperialism. The whole entire book is written in a political context. Anti. This is first century. The stuff that the Ge'ez and the Ethiopian Orthodox Church actually preserved, right? So in this cultural continuity, Greek facilitated the spread of Christianity across the Mediterranean, but Ethiopia's Christianity was transmitted through Frumentius. That's what they say, right? A Syrian Phoenician and the Coptic Patriarch. But Frumentius was running, and he didn't go over there and pose. The dude was a child. He became one of their servants to Ezana. And just taught him about Christianity according to how he learned it, and gave some texts, and they took that, but that didn't mean that it wasn't there already. When the Koine Greek represents the common Greco-Roman Christianity identity, Ethiopia's Ge'ez liturgy and Judaic practices represent a counter identity, sir. All right? Persecution and establishment, I'm going to get into that, you know what I'm saying? We're going to keep it real short and sweet here before we end, right? So Ethiopian Orthodox Church and the Egyptian Coptic Church even has key differences. And the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, though historically aligned with the Coptic Church, establishes independence through its unique canon, Judaic continuity, liturgical language, cultural integration. Ethiopia's Christianity is not a derivative of Egypt's either, but a distinct Semitic Israelite tradition reinforcing the independence from both Rome and Alexandrian Christianity. There's your source right there. All right.
All right. Powerful opening by my brother. Warchild is coming in. He ain't playing, and he drew first blood. Now we got our brother Selah Shalom getting ready to come up to y'all right now, getting ready to get it in. God damn it, you done made me spill my tea, Warchild. I done spilled my damn tea on my on my keyboard, man. Oh my God, man. But anyway, we got Selah coming up, and time will start when you're ready, brother.
Oh, let me share my screen, King. Hold on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Get it. Should be in the back here.
All right, I see it. Time will start when you're ready, brother.
Say less. All right. Ethiopian Christianity is a product of Rome that is packed up and shipped out from headquarters. What is a product? A product is an object or system or service made available for consumer use. It is anything that can be offered to a domestic or international market to satisfy the desire or need of a customer. In this case, the product that is offered domestically or internationally is the system of the Greco-Roman Christianity. And Ethiopia is the consumer of this systematic product packaged up and shipped out from Rome. First, we're going to show Ethiopian Aksumite gods being acknowledged and worshipped pre-Christianity. Source, King Ezana's inscription. I, Ezana, son of Marim, king of Aksum, through the power of Marim, my lord, I sacrifice bulls and sheep and goats to Ashtar, Bihar, and Marim. This throne I built for Ashtar and Maharim. So here is evidence of the Aksumite gods being worshipped pre-Christianity. Now here's a quote from the same inscription where King Ezana is now worshiping the Christian God Christ. By the grace of God, I, King Ezana, have conquered all in Christ our Lord. So now we have King Ezana in his Roman production work clothes, being a consumer of this new product called Christianity, no longer worshiping the traditional indigenous god Maharim. How did the product Christianity reach Ethiopia? Consumer land, first wave, 4th century. Athanasius commissions Frumentius. Source. Frumentius, carrying the product of Rome, was sent to Aksum, the consumer, and ordained by Athanasius in the 4th century. Source, Zosemeyer. Athanasius consecrates Frumentius bishop. Source, Ecclesiastical Histories. Athanasius, having examined Frumentius and finding him worthy, ordained him bishop and sent him back to preach the gospel, the product, to that nation, Ethiopia, consumer land. Frumentius was Greek educated. Source, Frumentius and Odysseus, native to Tyre, were educated in Greek learning. Source, Sosemeyer. They were of Tyranian origin and educated in Greek culture. So here you have Frumentius, Greek educated, bringing the Greco-Roman mindset to Ethiopia. So now we have Saint Lucifer of Cagliari, friends with Athanasius. Which one of you niggas is going to be friends with a nigga named Lucifer? Source, Lucifer and the others who were banished from truth endured their exile with patience for the sake of the gospel. This is Athanasius acknowledging Lucifer as a fellow confessor and loyal supporter. Source, many bishops, among them Lucifer, was driven into exile, and their constancy strengthened the whole church. Athanasius explicitly portrays Lucifer's exile as strengthening the church. So it's bad enough you're following a production headquartered in Rome, but the man responsible for bringing Christianity to Ethiopia is friends with the bishop named Lucifer. We have the Church of St. Lucifer, dedicated to Lucifer of Caligula in 1660 CE, Common Era. Now, Athanasius, who was friends with Lucifer, ordained Frumentius. Source, Athanasius, who was friends with Lucifer, having examined Frumentius and finding him worthy, ordained him bishop. How did Frumentius get to Ethiopia? Source, the vessel in which they sailed was attacked by the people of that place. All on board were slain except the two youth, Athanasius and Frumentius. They were taken to the king of Ethiopia, who, seeing their abilities, placed them in charge of royal affairs. Izana becomes king of Axum under Frumentius' guide. Source, son of previous king, young ruler under the guidance of his mother and Frumentius. Frumentius returns to Axum as bishop, early 4th century. Source, begins instructing King Izana on organizing the Christian communities. Now he's organizing the product of Christianity in Ethiopia, consumer land. Izana converts to Christianity early 4th century. Source, by the grace of God, I, King Izana, have conquered all in Christ. Source, first Ethiopian king to embrace the faith. First Ethiopian king. He was trying to tell you that Ethiopia existed prior to this. It states in the source that this is the first Ethiopian king to embrace the faith. Christianity becomes the state religion. Now that Christianity, the production facility, is established in Ethiopia, consumer land, for the first time by King Izana, CEO of the production facility. Now, let's examine how the Christian...
You know what? Something happened. You stopped sharing your screen.
Pause my time.
Right. That's all I was about to say.
I wish you would have said that earlier, brother. You got 5 minutes in. If you want, you can start over, or we can take
it. Let me start off so I can share my screen.
All right, we're going to start over so that you can have... Damn, thank you for the chat. I looked in the chat because I was cleaning up this damn tea I spelt, and they said, yo, he ain't sharing the screen. I was like, oh, shit.
Oh, so you wasn't sharing on your end then. Okay.
No, I was sharing it on my end from the beginning.
You're right.
And then something, I think it went off. But anyway, we're going to start this thing over.
Okay.
And, family, y'all ain't got nothing else to do. It's Saturday in the evening. Let's get it in.
So let me know if you see my screen.
Yes, your screen is up right now. And hold on, let me get my time right. Let me start my time over.
All right.
Hold on.
Yes. Let's get this thing cooking.
We got it. Yeah, man. I'm loving it. All right. Time is ready when you're ready.
All right. Ethiopian Christianity is a product of Rome that is packed up and shipped out from headquarters. What is a product? A product is an object or service or a system or service made available for consumer use. It is anything that can be offered to a domestic or an international market to satisfy the desire or need of a customer. In this case, the product offered domestically or internationally is the system of Greco-Roman Christianity. And Ethiopia is a consumer of this systematic product, packaged up and shipped out from headquarters. First, we're going to show Ethiopian Axumite gods being acknowledged and worshipped pre-Christianity. Source, King Izana's inscription. I, Izana, son of Maharim, king of Axum, through the power of Maharim, my lord, I sacrifice bulls, sheep, goats to Ashtar, Bihar, and Maharim. This throne I built for Ashtar and Maharim. So here is evidence of the Axumite gods being worshipped pre-Christianity. So here is a quote from the same inscription where King Izana is now worshiping the Christian god Christ. Source, by the grace of God, I, King Izana, have conquered all in Christ our Lord. So now we have King Izana in his Roman production work clothing, being a consumer of this new product called Christianity, no longer worshiping the traditional indigenous god Maharim. Now, how did the product Christianity reach Ethiopia, consumer land? First way, 4th century, Athanasius commissions Frumentius. Source, Frumentius carrying the product of Rome was sent to Axum, the consumers, who ordained Athanasius in the 4th century. Source, Zosemeyer, Athanasius consecrated Frumentius bishop. Source, Ecclesiastical Histories, Athanasius having examined Frumentius and finding him worthy, ordained him bishop. and sent him back to preach the gospel, the product, to that nation, Ethiopia, consumer land. Frumentius was educated in Greek. Source: Frumentius and Adasius, native of Tyre, were educated in Greek learning. Source: Zosimiah. They were of Tyrrhenian origin and educated in Greek. So here you have Frumentius, Greek educated, bringing the Greco-Roman mindset to Ethiopia. Now let's move to Saint Lucifer of Cagliari, friends with Anastasia. Which one of you niggas is going to be friends with a nigga named Lucifer? Source: Lucifer and the others who were banished for the truth endured their exile with patience for the sake of the gospel. This is Athanasius acknowledging Lucifer as a fellow confessor and a loyal supporter. Source: Athanasius. Many bishops, among them Lucifer, was driven into exile, and their constant strengthened the whole church. Athanasius explicitly portrays Lucifer exile as strengthening the church. So it's bad enough you're following a product headquartered in Rome, but the man responsible for bringing Christianity to Ethiopia is friends with the bishop named Lucifer. Here is the church of Saint Lucifer, dedicated to Lucifer of Cagliari in 1660 CE. It's interesting how they got that 666 in there. Now look, Athanasius, who was friends with Lucifer, ordains Frumentius. Source: Athanasius, who was friends with Lucifer, having examined Frumentius, finding him worthy, ordained him bishop. How did Frumentius get to Ethiopia? Source: the vessels in which they sailed was attacked by the people of the place. All on board were slain except the two youth, Athanasius and Frumentius. They were taken to the king of Ethiopia, who, seeing their ability, placed them in charge of royal affairs. King Izana becomes king of Axum under Frumentius' guide. Source: son of previous king, young ruler under the guidance of his mother and Frumentius. Frumentius returned to Axum as bishop, early 4th century. Source: begins instructing King Izana and organizing the Christian community. So now he's organizing the product of Christianity in Ethiopia, consumer land. Izana converts to Christianity, early 4th century. Source: Izana inscription. By the grace of God, I, King Izana, have conquered all in Christ our Lord. Source: first Ethiopian king to embrace the faith. Christianity becomes the state religion. Now that Christianity, the production facility, is established in Ethiopia, consumer land, for the first time by King Izana, CEO of the production facility. Now, let's examine how the Christian doctrine, which is the New Testament, was introduced to Ethiopia. The four Gospels, Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, which were composed and written in Greek, not Ge'ez. The oldest evidence of the Gospel of Mark, Papyrus 137, dated to the 2nd century, originally anonymous, written in Greek. Mark is first mentioned by Papyrus of Hierapolis, quoted by Eusebian. Source: Mark, having become the interpreter of Peter, wrote down accurately everything he remembered. Now, the oldest evidence of the Gospel of Matthew, Papyrus 104, dated to the 2nd century, originally anonymous, written in Greek, not Ge'ez. Matthew was first mentioned by Papyrus of Hierapolis, quoted by Eusebian. Source: Matthew composed the Ligia sayings in the Hebrew language, and each one interpreted them as best he could. The oldest evidence of the Gospel of Luke, Papyrus 104, dated to the 2nd century, originally anonymous, written in Greek, not Ge'ez. Luke is first mentioned among Irenaeus, 2nd century. Source: Luke, also the companion of Paul, recorded in a book the gospel preached by him. Now, the oldest evidence of John is Papyrus 52, dated to the 2nd century, originally anonymous, written in Greek, not Ge'ez. John is first mentioned by Irenaeus, 2nd to 3rd century. Source: John, the disciple of the Lord, who also leaned upon his breast himself, published the gospel while residing at Ephesus in Asia. Now, as you can see, all the New Testament Gospels were originally written anonymously in Greek, not Ge'ez, and are cited by early Roman church fathers rather than Ethiopian Abinus. To substantiate your argument, you need to source the four Gospels in Ge'ez rather than Greek, thereby demonstrating Ethiopians' authority over the Greco-Roman. But we don't see that. Now we're going to go into the translation of the Gospels from Greek to Ge'ez. Source: in 347, Athanasius ordained Frumentius bishop and commissioned him to initiate the cultural adaptations of Greek Christianity, biblical liturgical texts to Ethiopic symbols and languages. Ethiopian traditions credit him with what? The first Ge'ez translation of the New Testament. What are we talking about here? So we have a direct product from Rome, headquarters, because the earliest Gospels were in the hands of the Roman church fathers. Remember, What is a product? A product is an object. In this case, the object is the New Testament, or a system of service. In this case, the system of service is the church, made available for consumers. In this case, the consumers are the Ethiopians. Now we're going to move into the Garima Gospels, 4th century CE. The Garima Gospels are 3 ancient Ge'ez manuscripts containing all 4 canonical Gospels. Now, I already showed the 4 Gospels, Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, were all composed in Greek, quoted by Roman church fathers. Now, here are experts in the field of Ge'ez, because Zion is not an expert in the field of Ge'ez, and they said the Garima Gospels, which is the oldest Ethiopian text you got, was translated from Greek. Let's start off with Elisandro. Source, the Ethiopic version of the New Testament, one of the world's leading experts on Ge'ez biblical texts. What does he say? Direct quote, the Ethiopic Gospels are represented in the Garima manuscripts, preserve a translation made from the Greek Volage. What are we talking about here? Rokes Zumand, look what he states. The Ethiopic version of the Gospel of Mark, direct quote, the Ethiopic Gospel text is undoubtedly dependent on the Greek text type. What are we talking about here? Dennis, Encyclopedia Ethiopia, another top expert on the Ethiopic manuscript. Zion ain't no expert in this. Look what he say, direct quote, the Ethiopic Gospel text is based on a Greek original. This is clearly shown in the oldest witnesses, notably what? The Garima Gospels. So now I'm showing you the Greco-Roman influence and authority over the oldest biblical, over the oldest Ethiopian biblical text you have today, backed by experts in the field. What we talk about here. Now you have the depiction of St. Mark in the Garima Gospels. Now it is important to note that St. Mark first appears in Eusebian's book. Church Fathers 339. So for St. Mark to be in the Garima Gospel proves Greco-Roman influence and authority, because we don't see no Ethiopian saints in Rome. We don't see it. The Logos. Now, the oldest evidence of John 1:1. In the beginning was the Logos, and the Logos was with Theos. And the Logos was Theos. Now we got to put on our Greek thinking caps. Papyrus 66, dated to the 2nd, 3rd century. In the blue letter, the Strong's Concordance for Logos is G3056, which is Greek, and it states in biblical usage, it states, note, a Greek philosopher named Heraclitus first used the term Logos around 600 BC. So, God in Greek is a title. So what God in Greek are the Greeks referring to in this verse? We can't say it's the Hebrew God Yahweh because it's not written in Hebrew. So who is this Logos that is one and the same with God in Greek thought? Now, the oldest reference we have of the Logos is Heraclitus. Source, first known person to speak of the Logos before John 1:1. Source, although this Logos is true always, yet men are unable to understand him. Now, the real question is, who is the God reference? Clement, 4th, 3rd century BC. Source, Clement Holmes to who? Zeus. For we too are yours. Zeus, offsprings, bearing who? The Logos with us. So now, in Greek theology, the Logos is the son of Zeus. So John 1:1, from a Greek perspective, is giving homage to the god Zeus, and the Logos being the son of Zeus. John 1:1 states, and the Logos was Zeus. Huh? What are we talking about here? And being that this Greco-Roman theology was directly translated from Greek to Ge'ez in the Garima Gospels, which contains John 1:1, this proves Greco-Roman influence on the minds of the Ethiopians. As you see here, look at this. The real war is mental subjugation of foreign theology. Let me say that again. The real war is mental subjugation of foreign theology. Now look at this. You have an Ethiopian Abinu with a Roman patriot on his head. Rome won the war without stepping foot in Ethiopia, because the true battle is for the minds and souls of the people. And now we see the Greco-Roman mindset has taken root in the hearts of the minds of the Ethiopian Orthodox people. This nigga got Irenaeus on his head. Why he ain't got Haile Selassie? Why he ain't got some King Izana? He got a white boy on his head, showing you Rome took over. Now, coming back to the Logos, the Romans got their concept of the Logos from the Greeks directly. But first, let's show the Greco-Roman connection. The Greeks taught Rome. Source, Suetonius. Source, Livius was the first to teach both Greek and Latin grammar in Rome. Plutarch. Source, he placed about his children Greek teachers, men of the best character and learning. Cicero. Source, the art of rhetoric, which the Greeks perfected, we Romans have adopted from them. Quintilian. Boys should first read Greek, for Greek literature is the older. Alias, source. Boys should first learn to speak Greek before Latin. So here, it is clear to see that the Romans got their education directly from the Greeks, hence the Greco-Roman connection. Now, here are some Romans quoting the Greek logos. Seneca, source. Heraclitus said, all things come into being by strife, and the logos governs the whole. Plutarch, source. Heraclitus taught the logos is common and that all things happen according to the logos. So the Roman Stoics built their entire cosmology on the logos doctrine originally articulated by Heraclitus. Philo of Alexandria, the first Jewish Greek thinker to use the logos as a divine meditator foreshadowing John. Source, Philo, who in Greek addressed an audience thoroughly familiar with Greek. Source, the logos is the firstborn son of God. So here we have Philo using the logos. In the same instance, we see his influence on Paul in Colossians 1:15, where Paul states, who is the image of the invisible God? The firstborn of every creature. Same thing Philo said. Source, the logo is the image of God by which the whole world was created. Source, the logos of God is the instrument by which the world was made. And we can see how this can directly influence Paul, Colossians 1:16, for by him the logos were all things created. All things were created by him, the logos, and for him, the logos. Now remember, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church uses the Greek Gospels, which is the New Testament, which was translated directly from Greek. So in John 1:1, the Ge'ez script explicitly speaks of the logos. Here's a breakdown of the Aramaic Ge'ez script for John 1:1. In the beginning was the word. The Ge'ez word is ka'al, is a direct translation from the Greek word logos. So now, here's a timeline to show Greek influence from Heraclitus to Philo to the anonymous John the Apostle to the Greek Gospels, showing you Greco-Roman influence, as you see on this chart. Starting from Zeus to Heraclius. Then you see from Heraclius coming on down the line, it's all Greek influence dealing with the logos until you get the Greek Gospels, all coming from Rome, all coming from Greco-Roman influence. Now, if the authority was coming from Ethiopia, the influence would be the other way around. We will have the Greek Gospels in Ge'ez originally, and the Greek will be copied from the Greek Gospels, and we'll show the influence, but we don't see that at all. Now, putting the Ethiopian Book of Enoch to bed, the oldest version, the Book of Enoch, comes from the Dead Sea Scrolls found in Qumran, not Ethiopia. They go a map showing you the distance, and is dated to the 2nd century BCE, long before Christianity existed. Plus, the Book of Enoch is written in Aramaic, not Ge'ez. Now, the Ethiopian Book of Enoch is written in Ge'ez, but the oldest account is written in Aramaic. So how did the Ethiopian Book of Enoch get translated into Ge'ez? Now look, coming back to these experts, look what he say. R.H. Charles, source, Ethiopic manuscripts of the Book of Enoch. What does it say? The Ethiopic manuscript of Enoch are all late. None of them is earlier than what? The 14th century. But they preserved the text transmitted from what? Greek. What are we talking about here? Check this out. Michael A. Nibbs, source, the Ethiopic Book of Enoch, page 14. The Ethiopic text of 1 Enoch represents a translation from a Greek version of the original Aramaic. Listen, no direct Aramaic volage survives for the Ethiopic translation, meaning they do not have an original Aramaic translation. The Greek copied it. They don't have original Aramaic translation that the Greeks copied it from, but they only have the Greek version. And it is the Greek version that was used to translate the Book of Enoch into Ge'ez, not the Aramaic. Further proof, the oldest surviving Ge'ez manuscript of the Book of Enoch, source, MS 9 of the Lake Tana collection. Scholarly note, the oldest Ethiopic manuscript known of the Book of Enoch was copied in the first half of the 15th century. We're talking common times. The Book of Enoch don't even go back to the BC era, unless it's the Book of the Dead Sea Scrolls in Aramaic. But in the Ge'ez, yo, shit go back to the 14th century, bro. Let's cut it out. J.C. Vanderkim, source, Enoch, a man for all generations. Direct quote. The only complete text of 1 Enoch is preserved in Ethiopic manuscript, all of which are medieval. The medieval time is the 14th, 13th century, 15th century. These scholars are saying like, yo, Yogi's manuscript don't even go back to the BC. It goes back to the mid 14th, 15th century, and it was translated from the Greek, not the original Aramaic. Michael A. Nibbs, source, the Ethiopic Book of Enoch, direct quote. The Ethiopic manuscript, which preserves one Enoch, are relatively late. The earliest dating from about the 14th century. So now let's put everything on the timeline, because that's what we do over here. We put things on the timeline for you to see. Now here go the Dead Sea Scrolls for the 3rd century BC. Then you got the Roman Church Fathers of the 3rd century Common Era, who wrote all the texts in Greek. And then you got the Chester Beatty Papyrus Book of Enoch for the 4th century CE in Greek. And then later on down the line, in the 14th century, you get your Ge'ez Book of Enoch. So here you have the truth about the Ethiopian Book of Enoch. It was translated directly from the Greek and not directly translated from the Aramaic. It is dated to the 14th century, once again, showing you the Greek influence even with the Book of Enoch. Now we come to the Ethiopian Bible. We already know that this book is a Johnny-come-lately. Source. This is the source of this right here. I got some time to slow cook. It's all over but the shouting at this point. When that source opened up, this is basically the source where, and it's coming from the Ethiopians themselves. They gave you this source. Let me see if it opens up. There you go right there. The Orthodox Congregation page, the Pan-Orthodox Christian CGO. And look what they say. Source. It says, according to a new release titled Full Ethiopian Biblical Canon, published in its entirety for the first time, the 81-book canon was published on March 19, 2022. Huh? What you say, Mally, 36 months ago? By the Ethiopian Orthodox Tahuidu Yabadabadu Church, collaboration with the Bible Society of Ethiopia. All this is coming from Rome. All this is inspired by the Greco-Romans. Here is a timeline showing Frumentius translation from Greek to Ge'ez New Testament, 347 CE. After that, you got the Garima Gospels, oldest Ethiopian Christian text, 390 CE. Then you got the 9 saints who translated most of your text in the Ge'ez around the 5th century CE. And then you got the second oldest manuscripts of Enoch, 12th century. Then you got the complete Ethiopian Bible in 2022. What we talking about here? All this is coming right back to Greek and Rome. I sourced up everything and I showed everything that Christianity, their doctrine, and what they're following is fathered by the early Roman Church Fathers. And it comes straight out of Rome. Western and Eastern Roman Empire is the father of Alexandria, Egypt, and Ethiopia. And with that, I rest my case. I got
Wow. Powerful response from both brothers, setting it off, setting the tone. Selah Shalom. This is why I say, show some love and support to both of these brothers. Zion, you ain't throw your link in there for your Cash App. And
oh, you want to put me in the chat?
Yeah. Selah, I think you should throw another one in there after that right there, brother. Powerful, man. Powerful. All right. Hey, Zion Warchild, whenever you're ready, brother. Yeah, Selah, remove yours. Remove your screen.
I'm gonna type this in the chat real quick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, just for love. You know, if it, you know,
if y'all come on, man, show some love and support, man. They here on the Saturday evening with y'all, giving up this information, man. Powerful.
All right. So let me share my screen here because my brother. Hold on. Let me get to it.
Hey, cameras must be on, y'all. Cameras got to be on, Selah. Yeah. Now, if you got to get up and go somewhere to the bathroom, whatever, yeah, I understand. Turn it off.
All right. Share here.
All right. I see we got a freeloader here. He said, and he got a nerve to call himself Prince Judah. He said, Sir, you should pay these guys to debate. So you just want stuff free. You don't want to pay nothing. You don't want to give these brothers no support, huh? You want Sarnetta to pay him, but you don't want to give no donation or no support. Yeah, that's a Hebrew for your ass. That's a Hebrew Israelite for you. I got you. I got you. Show the brothers some love and support, y'all. They doing this for y'all. Let me know when you're ready, brother. Your screen is up.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, let's get it, yo. You know what I'm saying? Again, y'all, I already told y'all that he's trying to use the fact that Greek was the lingua franca to assert that because that people had Greek names or used the Greek, you know what I'm saying, popularly in culture at that time due to the influence. Now, there is no rejection of the fact that there are influences, but to say that it is a product is absolutely absurd. And I'm going to show you why, right? So here comes so we're talking about that there is a Christianity that began alongside or prior to Roman Hellenized Christianity, sir. Okay, everyone, please pay attention. So before Christianity became a state religion under Constantine, the Egyptian Christian community suffered heavy persecution. Why? Because they were not doing what Rome wanted them to do, right? So, and important, this is before Roman Christianity, right? Important part. So what we're doing right here is addressing the fact that there was a Christianity before Rome. And these people still wrote in Greek, though. But let's continue, right? Important part of the Roman state religion was however, the Jews received a special exemption. They did not need to join the ruler cult for the religious reasons. The Christians were the first seen as Jews, but they became a separate religious group. They did not receive the same status. In the century AD, persecution of the Christians grew particularly intense. For example, Septimus Severus of AD 201, in the reign of Decius, AD 247, there was the first persecution across the whole empire. Under Gallienus, AD 253 to through 68, the persecutions were reversed by the edict. By the Christians received their freedom. However, under Diocletian, AD 284 to 305, there was again persecutions, heavy persecutions, the 300, so intense that the Coptic Church's dates and its years, not the birth of Christ, 80 BC, but the era of martyrs started from the first year, the reign of the persecution of the Emperor Diocletian. Right. So we're talking about is Roman persecution of the early Christians. Why is that important? Because we are defining the fact that there are these Greek named people that are not Greek at all, that are using Greek, that are not Greek at all, building a Christian doctrine that has no Greco-Roman influence, right? At this time, it's an enemy of Greece. Right? So under the Byzantine, so the Dead Sea Scrolls, he says something about the Dead Sea Scrolls. Don't you know that is the closest related language to the Dead Sea Scrolls? And one of the reasons why he keeps on trying to hammer in this nail of Greek language, that fallacy of equivocation argument, is because he really has nothing to prove that other people did not write in Greek and write and translate the religious text. The Septuagint was supposed to be 72 Jewish rabbis or Abuna, right? Who wrote and translated the Aramaic into the Greek. Now, while we don't have evidence of the Aramaic text today, the Greek syntax is not there. And I'm going to show you that, right? So key evidence, Dead Sea Scrolls, Qumran, 3rd century BC, 1st century, you know what I'm saying, discovered in the caves. The closest way to translate these books were used through the Ge'ez, right? So the Masoretic, right? So let's go forward a little bit. Ethiopian Orthodox. So I want to distinguish, you know what I'm saying, that there's even differences in Ethiopian Orthodox versus the. So one of the things he brought up was the Ashtar and Mahir, right? But he forgot to bring in Bihir. Right? So there are three religious gods. He's saying that they totally removed it. No, it was integrated into their Christianity because Mahir is Tar, which is not a Greco-Roman god. It's Syriac and Phoenician, right? Right? Which is the relationships that they had, right? With other influences that predated Greco-Roman in Christianity. Syriac, Armenian, Egyptian, and Judaic cultures were the first apostolic churches, right? Before the split happened during the Council of Chalcedon, y'all. You see, what he's doing is called rhetoric, right? So here, Semitism and Septuagintalism in the book of Revelation, the grammatical particulars, right here, here's the source published by Cambridge University, 05 February 2009, right? The grammatical peculiarities in the Greek of the book of Revelations have long been noted in the recent SNTS monograph. Stephen Thompson re-examines the peculiar language associating the verb with the clauses of an apic, which would have in centuries been a source of perplexity and misunderstanding. The major proportion of this work, based on the dissertation under Matthew Black, looks under the un-Greek use of the verb, the attributes into which the influence of the Semitic syntax, primarily biblical. So again, Greek written translated text, something written in Greek that is written by a Semitic. So we're not going to do Negro. So, oh, because it's written in Greek, it has to be Greco-Romanized. It's got to be Hellenized. That is a fallacy, bro. Again, crayons to my paintings, bro. Right? So watch this. Evidence says familiarity with the biblical Hebrew and the representation of the LXX means the Septuagint. Max Wilcox notes Thompson's dependence on the Septuagint as a major weakness in the argument. It is necessary to show that those constructions may not owe their presence in Revelations to some form of influence of the Septuagint, or perhaps even a deliberate modeling of the language and style of the book on that Old Testament Hebrew Aramaic. In translation, the genre, right? Apocalyptic letter Revelations uses prophetic imagery and epistolary to address the highly symbolic interplexal styles heavily used in the Old Testament. Why is this important? Because what he's trying to say is that when they got these Greek texts, that they were getting Greek thoughts. And these weren't even Greeks that were passing it. Frumentius, Athanasius, he don't want to tell you these weren't Greek people. They just was giving Greek names. These were Syrians who did not practice a they actually rejected the Greco-Roman ideology, and that is why they were removed and had to run to Ethiopia. They were banging against the consensus, right? So the Roman Empire in the book of Revelation, the article surveys the study of the Roman Empire in the apocalypse of John, particularly illuminated the post-colonial, decolonial biblical scholarship, discusses the summarizes scholarship that describes how fantastic imagery of the book of Revelation plays with a respond to the Roman imperialist histories. So the book of Revelation, though it was written in Greek, was anti-Greco-Roman. Oh, wow. Isn't that interesting? Revelation Babylon, the beast imagery functions that you can find that in Revelation chapter 13, 17, and 18, maybe in 19 as well. Those imageries are codified, like gangs freaking daggone codified language. It was codified language banging on their rivals, the Romans, the Greco-Romans, right? So Babylon the Great, against the imperial ritual economy, Naylor provided a methodological caution and nuance about local variations of the imperial cult, which strengthens an argument that Revelation resists Hellenistic, say it again, raise your right hand, Selah Shalom. It resists Hellenistic Roman cultural power. A book written in Greek. Oh, my Lord, have mercy. right? So what we're not going to do, historical setting of the writing of Revelation, I'm not going to go too much further into that. I think you get it. Revelation codifies, here's another source, historical setting of the historical setting of the writing of, see, what he's not doing is showing you the setting and the players on the field. He's only showing you Rome and Roman influence, you know what I'm saying? But he's not even telling you half of those names that sound Greek ain't even Greeks and Roman. That's what I call rhetoric. That's what I call propaganda. Why is it so important for you to try to propagate this false idea, this really oversimplified idea of the culture and religious practices of a people? You know what I'm saying? And their antiquity, right? The book of Revelation is necessary in order to understand the message of the book's property. The reader ought to appreciate the concrete setting of the book and the historical perspective, which the author, half of your gospels are written in this setting as well. And that's why there is so much anti-Roman language in it. It was written in the case of the books, Revelation, and answer such questions will more significantly affect one's interpretation of the text. So let's go forward. Aramaic, Syriac, and Ge'ez. Remember, Frumentius was Syriac. Remember, Athenius he was Alexandrian. The dude was like, Mark was Libyan. St. Mark was a Libyan. These men were not Romans. They just wrote in Greek because it was the lingua franca. Say it with me, y'all. Lingua franca. Just like we all speak English. You got Japanese people who speak English today. When they write, they don't write the way we write. Spanish people are writing English. You see their comments. You don't be understanding how their sentence structure is because they're writing according to their own sentence structure, but they're just using English words, right? This is fallacy of equivocation, yo. Oversimplification. Only a person who doesn't understand these complexities won't get it. The paper intended the historical critique of the contribution of the question of Aramaic loan words in Ge'ez. The loan words everywhere. Thank you, JJ7000 Mandy Kamala for this. The Aramaic words, if correctly interpreted, the evidence of cultural contracts and influences. Such evidence is especially welcome if it beds some light onto the obscure subject of Christianity and the ancient Ethiopian and circumstances, right? So this goes a little bit further. The correct interpretation of the evidence is so when they were essentially translating the text back into the Ge'ez from the Greek, that which also had syntax, a Semitic and Syriac syntax, Aramaic syntax, because it was translated from Syriac and Aramaic speaking people. They took it and they put it in the Ge'ez, rejecting the Greek. The fact that they wrote it in Ge'ez was a direct example of their rejection of Greek transmission. Why? Because the Greek would be more in line with the Aramaic and Syriac syntax, right? Unfortunately, however, it is earlier to formulate that such a rule than to put it into practice. The number of words exhibiting distinctive dialectual features is very limited. Most of the words will have to be deal with a dialectically neutral, right? There arises the question of whether such cases must rein ourselves to abstain from drawing specific conclusions. Like my brother is doing right here, right? So let's go forward, right? Concrete. Here's the problem. He want to talk about the Greek, OAHSPE, but it's not even a topic of discussion. But I can show you the Greco-Romanization within its cosmology. But we don't want to go there. We want to get to nigga, please. Nigga, please. Right? Let's go forward. This nigga talking about Ja Rule. I'm talking DMX.
Refrain for the word. Refrain for that word.
My bad. So here, Diaphysite Chalcedonian Greek Orthodox. It's a Hellenistic dualism. Christ has two distinct natures. Christ fully God, Christ fully man, but the two remain distinct, right? Going down, the diacetic, Gnostic Hellenistic spiritualism, Platonic, disdain for matter, emphasis on spirit. That is where they get the term total depravity doctrine, right? That we see that in some of the churches that were literally products of Roman Catholicism. But what we don't see is here in the myopposite Oriental Orthodox, Egyptian, right? So one of the united nature, divine, human, inseparable, Judaic and Egyptian united tradition. Cyril of Alexandria, that the term Alexandria refers to a place in Egypt. Just because it's called Alexandria don't mean it's all great. Hebrew idea, God, agent, Egyptian, Osiris, Horus, unity, Christ is one nature, Egyptian divine kingship, right? So we see, here's the background. St. Mark, birthplace, Cyrene. He was black. He was a Libyan. His parents were Jewish. He wasn't no daggone Roman, right? Palestine, later, Roman. So Diacoras of Alexandria, he was Egyptian by birth. 44 to 45, his authority, right? So here, you know what I'm saying? Frumentius, born in Tyre, Phoenicia, the dude was Lebanon, the dude was Syrian. He wasn't even a Greco-Roman. Within the Byzantine Empire, and often described as Syrian Phoenician reflected, but he went against the Roman authority. And that's why he was booted out. And he didn't go over there and impose it. He was a servant unto Azana. And Azana willfully accepted certain things. Why? Because it's already there. So, why Egyptian and Syrian Christians have Greek names? Greek as the lingua franca of the Eastern Mediterranean. Alexander the Great's conquest. Greek became a prestige language across Egypt, Syria, and the Levant by the Roman Byzantine periods. Just because the language was the lingua franca doesn't mean there weren't people who used it and weren't freaking daggone down with the daggone Greeks and Romans. Christianity early centers were Greek-speaking. Alexandria, founded by Mark, with the bishops and theologians, Athenius of Cyril, remembered under these Negroes were not, Antioch was Syria, right? Councils and the writings of theological councils, Nicene Creed and Chalcedon were conducted in Greek, so leaders were memorialized with Greek names. But these things were rejected by these people, and this is where the problem lies. This is why Frumentius ended up in Ethiopia, right? Many figures of the dual identities of the local name in Coptic and Syriac, the Greek names of the ecclesiastical records. Yohanan in Syriac became Ioannis in the Greek John, right? Marrow, Jewish practice where Hebrew names were Hellenized. Let's go forward. Wait, hold on. Let me see this, right? So the interpretive implications of Revelation in Greek, grammatical irregularities, often through a show of Semitic influence on the author's language, right? And that's by Matthew. I got my sources, y'all. All of this comes from this book right here. So, you know what I'm saying? Here's the issue, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to go through the legal, you know what I'm saying? But here are all of the differences. Scriptural canon, the E's language, patriarchy, fed in the guest, 13-month calendar, right? They didn't even accept their calendar. They kept their own calendar, which more aligned with the Alexandrian, while the Greco-Roman calendar, which was enforced upon its subjugation, its territories, was Julian. So this is another part of what is the process of Hellenization and imposing imperial rule. He talking about authority, how they got authority when these Negroes are still banging back and refusing all of their canons and everything like that, right? Fasting traditions, monasticism, their monasticism is different. The iconography is different. The ark tradition is different. The local customs, communion bread, married priests, liturgical music, rock-hewn churches, Solomonic ties. The Solomonic ties go totally against their whole claim of authority through apostolic, you know what I'm saying, transmission of authority from Peter and Paul to the popal or the papal, you know what I'm saying, preachers of Roman Catholicism, or even Roman Hellenized Christianity at that time, right? Diophysism on their churches. When you say that you got a covenantal, a genealogical, what you're saying is that your claim to the book is greater than theirs. We're talking about some serious gangbanging going on over here, and y'all are not paying attention to the depth. He wants to talk about these simplicities, right? So I can go forward. Over 40. This is a 40 clip. Thank you. You know what I'm saying, man? Think about it. He just dropped that off on me. You know what I'm saying? Frumentius correction, not in The introduction, the worldwide misconception that Frumentius introduced Christianity to Ethiopia arises from the conflation of institutionalized Christianity with as the introduction. The early ecclesiastical historians attest Frumentius was a Phoenician from Tyre, not a Roman, present day or Greek, Lebanon, who was shipwrecked no, they weren't shipwrecked. The Ethiopians destroyed the ship, you know what I'm saying, and slew all of the Romans. But we can go on. And the companion of Odysseus, who was not a Greek, and enslaved in they became slaves in the Octan-like kingdom and then began to serve Azana. Serve Azana! It wasn't imposing nothing on them Negroes. It just got finished slaying all of the Romans and only saved the Syrians. Why? Because they had a relationship. And gaining the freedom and the trust of the royal court, Frumentius became the tutor of the young prince Azana, right? So going forward, his conversion declared Christianity the official state religion, establishing Aksum as the world's first Christian kingdom, a peer of Armenia, and preceding the conversion of Roman Empire. But what this says right here, powerful demonstration that that the Christianity doesn't mean that the Christianity, well, he was not the origin of Christianity in Ethiopia for its formal adoption. So Christianity was already there with Judaism. You know what I'm saying? Was that?
All right, man. Oh, man. Both of y'all brothers. This might be a hard one to score, but y'all both putting in that work. And the information is powerful from both ends. I'm going to leave this up to y'all. See, I'm glad I ain't got to be the judge on this one. So I'll leave that up to y'all. Selah Shalom. Here's the last 20-minute round, brother. Your last 20-minute round will start when you begin to speak, brother.
All right, I got my screen in the back. You can share when you're ready.
Okay, your screen is up. This is awesome right here. Hey, see what y'all getting for Christmas, man? See what y'all getting for Christmas?
Yeah, Christmas
hey, Selah, did anybody support you yet, brother?
Yeah, actually, I think I did see somebody did drop a 10 in there. You know what I mean?
All right, good job. But we get, I mean, come on, man. Whatever y'all donate, we appreciate it.
Yeah,
whatever you donate, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Time will start when you're ready, brother.
All right. Now, the Greco-Roman authority over Egypt, Alexandria the Macedonian conquers Egypt, 4th century coming up, BC. Source: he took possession of Egypt, where he was welcomed by the people, who were eager to exchange Persian rule for Macedonian. Source: the Egyptians, having long detested the cruelty of the Persians, welcomed Alexandria gladly, and he took over the government of Egypt without a struggle. So here we see the Egyptians welcoming Alexander as a hero for lifting the oppression of the Persians. Now, Egypt named after Alexandria. Source: for when he was master of Egypt, designing to settle a colony of Greek there, he resolved to build a large and populous city and give it his own name. Source: he founded a great and populous city and named it after himself, Alexandria. Source: he founded a city in Egypt and called it Alexandria. Here, Alexander names Egypt after himself, demonstrating complete Greek authority and dominion over Egypt. And this name still exists to this day. So now, who was the architect of Alexandria? Diocrates, 4th century BC. Diocrates was a Greek architect and technician advisor for Alexander the Great. Source: Diocrates relied on his skill and ingenuity, set out from Macedonia to Alexandria, and proposed the planning of a city in Egypt. Source: Alexandria chose Diocrates of Rhodes, who had planned many Hellenistic cities to lay out Alexandria. Source: among them whom Diocrates of Rhodes, he set about measuring off and enclosing a site for it, and marking it out the streets in regular plan with a view to beauty and convenience, with ports and harbor for trade. Source: the city is well constructed and laid out with wide streets. So this shows Diocrates, a Greek, played a key role in laying out the city of Alexandria. So now we move 275 years later to Rome. Rome takes over Egypt through Octavian. Now, during Roman occupation, Alexandria, Egypt, was ruled by a Roman prefix. A prefix, one who is in charge. The prefix answers directly to what? The Emperor of Rome, showing imperial authority over Alexandria, Egypt. Now, in 49 CE, Alexandria was ruled by the Roman prefix Gaius Caesar under Emperor Claudius. And this is the same time that St. Mark, who he said is Libyan, supposed to be coming into Egypt, quoted by Eusebius. Source, Ecclesiastical Histories, chapter 2, verse 16. They say that this Mark was the first to be sent to Egypt, and that he proclaimed the gospel there, which he had written and first established church in Alexandria. Now, here's the catcher. However, there is no evidence of this, since the Roman prefix Gaius Caesar, who governed Alexandria at this time, makes no mention of either St. Mark or Alexandria church dedicated to him. You got the Alexandrian riots from 38 to 41 CE, then again in 66 CE. Now, according to tradition, in 49 CE, St. Mark, who he said was a Libyan, traveled to Alexandria and found the Church of Alexandria, the Coptic Orthodox Church, the Greek Orthodox Church of Alexandria, the Coptic Catholic Church, all trace their origin to this original community. So the Church of Alexandria would be the mother church, and Ethiopia, the Orthodox Church, would be the daughter to Alexandria. So if the mother church, Alexandria, is subjected to Roman authority, likewise would be the daughter of Alexandria, the Ethiopian Church, Orthodox Church, and we're going to show. Now, here is a chart of the time period.
How much was that, baby?
Huh?
Oh, my bad, guy.
So here is the chart of the time period of Alexandria's riots. St. Mark would have been right in the mix trying to establish a church during this time period. Here's a chart. We put everything on the time period so you can see objectively. Ain't nothing hidden. So from 31 CE to 66 CE, Alexandria, Egypt is at war. So for St. Mark, who would have been attempting to establish a church in Alexandria within a deeply hostile environment at this time, here is unsupported with facts. Now, here's some sources explaining the condition of Alexandria during this time. Source, Philo. They drove the Jews entirely out of the four quarters of the city and crowded them into a very small place. Source, Philo. Some were buried alive, burnt alive. Others were dragged through the middle of the marketplace. Source, they set fire to the synagogues and burnt them to the ground. Source, Josephus. A great number of Jews were destroyed, and that in manner very barbarous. So here is a chart of the time period when St. Mark was supposed to be established in his church. So it is impossible for St. Mark to set up the first patriarch in 49 CE, establishing a church in Alexandria when such hostility is going on. So the idea of a patriarch being set up is not supported by any facts, nor does any of the sources reference of St. Mark, nor any of his influences, nor his followers, nor a church in honor in his name. Plus, the name St. Mark, who he said was Libyan, is a pen name and was added to the anonymous papyrus 137 during the 2nd century, quoted by Eusebius. So the whole idea that St. Mark is the Libyan, you could throw it out the trash because the original papyrus of St. Mark was anonymously. They added that name to it. And here is a chart. We put everything on the timeline. Here is St. Mark, supposedly in 42 AD. Here is Papyrus 137 that was discovered in the 2nd century. So they had to backdate and add Mark to this time period. That's what you call backdated. So St. Mark didn't even exist. It was a pen name by the Roman. Time, real quick.
How long was his power? Like right now, your PowerPoint ain't showing again.
Well, I
put it up, but it's not showing. I looked at it again. See, it went off again. I put it up again, and it went off. So I don't know when it went off and none of that. You got 13 minutes left, but I'm
where you know where last screensaver it was at? By any chance?
No, I didn't see it.
Zion, by any chance, you know what screensaver was last? If you seen it, by any chance?
See, it went off again. See, it's going off. So if you want to start over, you could. It's up to you. Or you want to just go back a couple of minutes? It's up to you. You want to go back?
I'll just go back a couple of
7 more minutes or something.
Yeah. Let me go back a couple of minutes.
Okay. Slides. All right. I'm gonna give you 7 minutes. I'm gonna give you 7 extra minutes. No, damn, that'd be 20 minutes. You know, I'll give you 5 minutes, man. I'll give you 5 minutes to go back on that.
Okay. I appreciate you, King.
All right, brother. So yeah, it's showing now. It's showing right now. Go back a little bit so that way, you know, you won't be missing nothing.
Okay, I'll start from all right, the Roman prefix. I'll start from here.
All right, go ahead. Let's get it.
All right. So now, 275 years later, Rome takes over. Octavian is in charge. During Roman occupation, Alexandria, Egypt was ruled by a Roman prefix. A prefix, one who is in charge. The prefix answers directly to the Emperor of Rome, showing imperial authority over Alexandria. So in 49 CE, Alexandria was ruled by the Roman prefix Gaius Caesar under the Roman Emperor Claudius. And this is the same time that St. Mark's supposed to be coming into Egypt, quoted by Eusebian. Source, Ecclesiastical Histories, 216. They say that this Mark was the first to be sent to Egypt, and that he proclaimed the gospel there, which he had written, and first established a church. Now, however, there is no evidence for this, since the Roman prefix Gaius Caesar, who governed Alexandria at this time, makes no mention of either a St. Mark or an Alexandria church dedicated to him. So you got the Alexandrian riots from 38 to 60 to 41, and then again in 66. Now, according to tradition, in 49 CE, St. Mark traveled to Alexandria and founded the Church of Alexandria. The Coptic Orthodox Church, the Greek Orthodox Church of Alexandria, and the Coptic Catholic Church all trace their origin to this original community. So the Church of Alexandria would be the mother church, and the Ethiopian Orthodox Church would be the daughter of Alexandria. So if the mother is compromised, so if the mother church Alexandria is subjected to Rome, Roman authority likewise would be the daughter of Alexandria, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Now, here is a chart of the time period of Alexandria riots. St. Mark would have been right in the mix trying to establish a church in a hostile environment. So from 31 CE to 66 CE, Alexandria, Egypt is at war. St. Mark would have been attempting to establish a church in Alexandria within a deeply hostile environment at this time. Here are some sources explaining the conditions of Alexandria, Egypt during that time. Source, Philo. They drove the Jews entirely out of the four quarters of the city and crowded them into a very small part. Source, Philo. Some were burnt alive, others were dragged through the middle of the marketplace. Source, they set fire to the synagogues and burnt them to the ground. Source, a great number of Jews were destroyed, and that in a manner very barbarous. So here's the timeline again. Here's supposed to be Saint Mark setting up his church in this hostile environment. So it is impossible for Saint Mark to set up the first patriarch in 49 CE, establishing a church in Alexandria when such hostility is going on. So the idea of a patriarch being set up is not supported by any facts, nor does any of the sources reference to St. Mark, nor any of his influences, nor any of his followers, nor a church in honor of his name. Plus, the name St. Mark is a pen name and was added to the anonymous papyrus 137 during the 2nd century, quoted by Eusebian. So the Gospel of Mark that they think is Mark wasn't even named the Gospel of Mark. That was added by the Roman church fathers, which you say that Mark is a Libyan. He's a pen name. He ain't even real. So the entire claim that a man known as St. Mark came from Alexandria, Egypt to establish a church rests on a false narrative. It should also be noted that the Ethiopian Orthodox Church continued to uphold this false narrative of St. Mark as shown here. Source, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church themselves. Ethiopia has remained faithful to her age-old ties with the Apostolic Church uninterrupted. For this reason, she is universally renowned as the faithful what? Daughter of St. Mark of Alexandria. This demonstrates that the Ethiopian Orthodox Church has been influenced by Roman propaganda since Eusebian, a Roman church father, is the earliest source to mention St. Mark. Now we're going to go into the root of this Christology doctrine. Now, to the anonymous Gospel of John, first mentioned, 1, I and the Father are one, in Papyrus 66, dated to the 3rd century Common Era. The anonymous Gospel of John is the earliest source that introduces the idea of a union between Father and Son. It is also the only gospel in which Jesus directly identifies himself as being one with the Father. No other gospel expressed this Father and Son unity in such terms. This concept later influenced and gave rise to two important theological beliefs: the Miaphysite doctrine theology and the Diophysite theology. Now, here you got your left and your right wing, your Democrats and your Republican under Christ. So here we have the left-wing Democrats, the Miaphysites, and the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. And then we have the right-wing Republican, the Diophysites, the Roman Catholic Church. This theology can only be explained with the Gospel of John. Mark, Matthew, and Luke does not support the Miaphysite and Theophysite theology. Now, what is a Miaphysite theology? The term Miaphysite comes from Greek, not Ge'ez, meaning one united nature. Miaphysite teaches that Jesus Christ has one united nature, fully divine and fully human, upheld by the Coptic and Ethiopian church. What is Theophysite theology? The term Theophysite comes from the Greek, not Ge'ez, Theophysite meaning two natures. Theophysite teaches that Jesus Christ has two distinct natures, divine and human in one person, upheld by Western and Eastern Roman Catholic Church. So here we got the Democrats and the Republicans. So here we have a map showing the extent of the Roman Empire in Alexandria is subject to Roman authority. So the right wing is showing authority over the left wing. So now, source, Alexandria, the chief city, is distinguished for its size, wealth, and for what? Being under Roman administration. Source, Egypt long since subject to Roman power. Now keep in mind, Alexandria is the mother of Ethiopia. So if Alexandria is compromised, what we say about Ethiopia? Now that that's understood, we're going to move into the behavior of the Miaphysite Council of Ephesus. If Ethiopia was the authority, these council meetings will be taking place in Ethiopia, not in Ephesus. Now, under the Council of Ephesus, the leader or who was presiding over it was Dioscorus. He was a Miaphysite, and Pope Leo I called it a robber council. Source, a council which ought never to have been called a council at all, for it was filled with violence and only can be called a robber meeting. Source, the proceeding were carried out with such wickedness that they cannot be called a council. Source, armed men rushed in. We were beaten and we signed under fear of death. Flavian's death under the hands of a Miaphysite. Source, Flavian of holy memory was beaten and exiled, and shortly after died of his injuries he suffered. Source, they rushed upon Flavian, who was struck and beaten, and we fled in fear, and we signed at the end only under threats and danger of death. Source, the disturbance of Ephesus was not a true synod, but a gathering of violence and confusion. These are sources describing the actual physical environment in which the final minutes of the Council of Ephesus unfolded. Now, keep in mind, these are the same men, these Miaphysites, who will be bringing this Greco-Roman Miaphysite theology into Ethiopia. And this is how they carried it on at the Council of Ephesus. How did the Miaphysites come to Ethiopia? The Byzantine Empire under Justinian I. You see the Council of Chalcedon up here. You see the Alexandria of Egypt down here, and then you got the non-saints coming into Ethiopia. So I'm showing you the trail of how they got pushed out into Ethiopia. Now, the persecution of the Miaphysites under the Roman Emperor Justin during the 6th century, Marcion agrees with the Theophysites theology and banishes any opposing theology that was based on the meeting of Chalcedon. So here's a map. In 555 AD, this map shows the extent of the Byzantine Empire under Justin, and as you can see, the Coptic Church of Alexandria, Egypt, is under jurisdiction of Rome. Source, when Justin became emperor, all those who did not accept the Council of Chalcedon were deprived of their churches. Source, let no one who rejects the Holy Council of Chalcedon remain in church. This is Roman flexing their authority. Source, under Justin, the persecution arose again with all violence, and many bishops were driven from their sees. Why are the Ethiopians driving out the Romans? Why are the Romans driving out the Alexandrians and making the Alexandrians have to flee to Ethiopia? Source, Dioscorus, who was a Miaphysite, was banished by the commandment of Emperor Marcion. Source, Dioscorus is deposed from all priestly dignity for the crime for which he is accused. Now, he is a Miaphysite. Source, he ordered that the bishops who refused to accept the synod be deposed from their seat of authority. Source, Ecclesiastical Histories 2:5. The emperor established Potrius as bishop of Alexandria in place of Dioscorus. Look at that. You got the Roman emperor who deposed Dioscorus in Alexandria and installed a whole nother pope. And this is how the Miaphysite Greco-Roman theology ended up coming to Ethiopia, because they were pushed out of Alexandria, Egypt by Emperor Justin I. This again demonstrates Roman authority, not only through political enforcement, but also through control over the Greco-Roman Christological doctrine. That's what this is about. They're having a debate over religion. Source, the Emperor Constantius sent Cyrenius, the general, with soldiers to Alexandria to what? Depose Athanasius. When the imperial troops entered the church at night, Athanasius escaped. He was low running. Constantius then appointed George of Cappadocia as bishop. Look, now, Rome, the production facility, has authority to remove bishops, consumers, from their episcopate in Alexandria. Now, Athanasius, a consumer of the product of Rome, was deposed by Emperor Constantius II, the CEO of the production of Rome, in 335 CE. The Roman emperor appointing and removing bishops in Alexandria confirms Rome's authority over Egypt, Alexandria. Even in modern times, Rome had their foot on the necks of the Ethiopians. Even Haile Selassie had to go run in exile under by Mussolini. Source, American ambassador. The outnumbered and outgunned Ethiopians were decimated by the fascist Italians. After much debate, it was decided that Haile Selassie should go into exile with his family, and approach the League of Nations for support in the conflict. The same way Dioscorus got exiled, the same way Athanasius got exiled, is the same way in modern time that Rome is exiling Selassie out of his own country. War begins in Ethiopia. Italy attacks tribesmen. Source, Mussolini on victory, Emperor, May 5th, 1936. Here's his source. Here's his speech. It is our peace, Roman peace, which is expressed in this simple. Ethiopia is Italy. It is Italy, in fact, because it is occupied by our victorious armies. It is Italy in law because of the law of Rome and civilization. Now, here go Mussolini truth. Now, this is where Mussolini's coming from. They're coming from Rome. They done came to Rome and came to Ethiopia. You got soldiers with their feet on the ground, Roman soldiers on the soil of Ethiopia. Now, here's the question. Why don't we see any Ethiopian troops on the soil of Rome? If Ethiopia truly held authority over Rome, why not they bringing the war to their front door, showing their authority and power? But we don't see that. We don't see no Romans, we don't see no Ethiopians coming from Ethiopia going to Rome and bringing the war to their front door. So who got the real authority here? The only Ethiopian to touch close to the soil of Rome is Selassie running to the League of Nations for help in Geneva, Switzerland. And here is the League of Nations, a bunch of Europeans that are Bantu Negro in sight, centered in Geneva, Switzerland, above Rome. Here's Selassie at the League of Nations. Source, Selassie's speech at the League of Nations. His appeal for justice. I ask the 50 nations who have given their promise to protect the integrity of Ethiopia, to give us the support they guarantee. Now, if Ethiopia was the authoritative power, why would Selassie have to seek assistance in the Geneva from the League of Nations, rather than exercise authority over Rome itself? Selassie is a sovereign ruler. Nothing is stopping him from going to war against the Roman Italians. Nonetheless, this pattern of Roman authority continues even to this day. Now we're going to go on to show the spread of the production facility, Christianity, Greco-Roman Christianity in Ethiopia, consumer land. Now here's a picture again of the Byzantine map. It clearly showed that Christianity, authority, institution, products were centered in Western and Eastern Roman Empire.
It went down again. It went down again, but I'm putting it back up.
All right, yeah,
let's keep it going.
All right, the Byzantine map clearly show. The Byzantine map makes this clear. Christian authority and institutional products were centered in Western and Eastern Roman empires, with the Byzantine expansion reaching into North Africa and Alexandria. If Ethiopia was the ruling authority, we would see instead Ethiopia expansion moving into Rome and all the influence coming from Ethiopia into Rome. But we see the complete opposite.
Why would we want that?
Source.
Then
converted, I can hear some noise, then converted and baptized King Izano, who built many churches, production facilities, and spread Christianity throughout Ethiopia. Frumentius established the first monastery of Ethiopia. The people called Frumentius Revealer of Light, Father of Peace. He became the first Abinu, CEO, a title given to the head of the Ethiopian church, the production facility. And we have pictures of Frumentius. He don't look like no Bantu Negro. He don't look like no black man. He look like a Roman. There he go right there. That don't look like no Bantu Negro from the Congo. Oh, he's Syriac. He's Syriac. He don't look like no nigga. Let's stop playing. So now we have the production facility, churches set up in Ethiopia, consumer land. And now we have the first CEO of this Greco-Roman production facility, Frumentius, a Greek, who is the first Abinu of Ethiopia. He looks more like a Greek than a Bantu Negro to me. Source, Frumentius, the first bishop of Axum, who brought Christianity, the production facility, to the kingdom of Axum. They also began to teach Christianity in the region. Now the production facility is in operation. Later, Frumentius travels to Alexandria, Egypt, where he appeals to have a bishop appointed and missionary priest sent to Axum, consumer land. Therefore, he was appointed bishop and established the church, the production facility in Ethiopia, consumer land, converting many locals people as well as the king. Now look, see, this is how them local Ethiopians was looking before Frumentius brought Christianity. After he brought Christianity, them locals started looking like this, a product of Rome. Here you have before Christianity, and here you have after Christianity. Show you that Ethiopian Christianity is a product of Rome. Because why they not looking like they indigenous brothers right here to the left? Pause my time. How much time I got left, sir? How much time I got left, King?
Yeah, go ahead. Keep it going. Keep it going, brother.
How much time I got left?
You got 3 more minutes. You got 3 more minutes.
His screen went blank again.
Yeah, go ahead. I got you. You got 3 more minutes.
All right, so I'm gonna just rock out this 3 more minutes. So for the most part, it's obvious to see that Rome had total authority and control over Alexandria, Ethiopia. If the Romans told them Alexandrian, Athanasius, and Dioscorus to put on a red hat, they would have put on a red hat and they would have went down to Ethiopia and told the Ethiopians, hey, we wearing red hats right now. Because the shot caller came from headquarters Rome. We showed how Marcion, we showed Justin, during the Byzantine time period, they kicked out the Miaphysites. After the Council of Chalcedon, Marcion was like, all right. Justin was like, all right. If you're not down with the Diophysites, you out of here. And what happened? They flexed their authority. They showed their authority. They showed that they pushed out. The Anathasia was low running. He escaped out the back door running. He done ran from goddamn Egypt to Ethiopia, running from goddamn Marcion and the Romans. So I'm showing you total authority. It's not like the other way around. We don't see no Ethiopians running up into Rome, bringing the war to their front door. Selassie is a sovereign ruler. He ain't had to go to the League of Nations. He could have strapped up and said, yo, Batman, we're going to take these planes, we're going to fly over to Rome, and we're going to drop bombs over Rome. That was the time for Ethiopia to flex their power. And what do we see? We see Selassie being exiled and Mussolini coming in, dropping bombs. Although Mussolini got done dirty, he got killed in his own country, but nonetheless, Rome flexed the authority over Ethiopia. And with that, I'm going to close my case, King. So we got before Christianity and after Christianity. It's plain as day right here. This picture says it all. These are both Ethiopian tribes. The men on the left are indigenous Ethiopian who did not take the product of Rome. Because the debate is Christianity a product of Rome? Obviously it is. Because to the right, you see the brothers with the cross on their head. I showed you the brother in the first round who had Irenaeus on his head. Huh? He got a church father on his head. Man, this is easy work. Easy work. We don't see no Romans with Ethiopians on their head. Show me that. Then I could be like, yeah, you saying something. But here, wait a second. Where the Albino at? There you go, right there. Look at that. Look. How you gonna tell me that this is not Roman influence when you got him holding the white Jesus up? Look at this. He got the white Jesus in the background. How are you going to tell me this is not Roman influence? Where did white Jesus come from? It don't come from Alexandria, Egypt. It come from Rome. Look at this guy. He got the patriarch on his head. That's a white man. That's not an Ethiopian. That's not an Albino on his head. That's not Selassie on his head. That's not the eunuch, the first century eunuch mentioned in Matthew who helped Jesus with the cross. That ain't him. That's a straight Roman on the head tire of an Ethiopian albino, and you got the nerve to say that Rome has no influence over Ethiopia when the Ethiopian albino is wearing Rome on his head? Showing you Rome has been conquered. Showing you that Ethiopia has been conquered by Rome. Not physically, but spiritually. Easy work. This is easy work.
Woo! Man, it's hot up in this place, man. Hey, we on the 3rd round, right, Brother Zion? Right, Zion?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right, we got 10 minutes.
Yep, I got some.
Last and final round, brother. Man, y'all brothers is on fire tonight, man. God damn. I should have made this a paid event, man. This right here could have been a paid event. I got my co-host in the back right now. He's right there too. Apostle is in the building. Shout out to Apostle. He's been in the back checking it out, you know. And man, oh man, he's filling in. He's filling in for Nepal tonight because Nepal was supposed to be here, but she had to take care of something. So Apostle is in the building tonight. And Yo, let me know when you're ready, Brother Zion. Remove your screen, Brother Selah. All right, man. You got 10 minutes in your last and final round. Oh, and another thing, Selah, you should try to fix what you got to fix because your screen kept going off. When I put it up, it go off again.
No, yo, I just shared it. I don't know what's going on. That's crazy.
Stay here and watch as you go.
Yeah. Definitely. If you could do that for me, that'll work. Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah. All right, Brother Zion, you got 10 minutes in your last and final round.
Okay. You got
all right, let's go. Let me know when you're ready. Your screen is up. It's showing.
All right. Let me enlarge this for myself.
Yeah, pause, enlarge it, pause.
All right, so yeah, let's get into it. All of that was rhetoric, my people. Oh my God, the rhetoric. He's making a fallacy of equivocation. I already proved that Frumentius wasn't even, you know what I'm saying? I went to Frumentius. He wasn't even, I proved that there was Christianity before the Romans imperialism, and that hit the whole entire thing he just brought forth was the rejection of Miaphysitism from the Diophysites, the Greco-Romans. He keeps on trying to paint Miaphysitism as being Greco-Roman. It is not. It is. He brought up the apostle. I don't care about the wars. They gonna bang. Niggas gonna. Excuse me. Folks gonna bang. They're gonna bang over their religious ideologies. The whole purpose is showing you that what he just did was cut himself. That was a boomerang dagger to even bring up the apostolic, you know what I'm saying, wars and such. And that they removed this one. They removed him because he wasn't teaching a Greco-Romanized doctrine. And he had to go to Ethiopia. Ethiopia was not imposed. You cannot see. He wanted to bring up what did he bring up? He brought up them attacking Alexandria. Okay, that's Egypt, right? The Alexandria church was attacked, and the Romans came in. Show me where they removed any Ethiopian king, patriarch. They never did. They could remove Alexandrians, you know, say Egyptian Orthodox, but they were never able to enter. Another thing is, why didn't they go into the Romans' land? And they didn't have to expand. Ethiopia had large territories within the Nile Valley. That's what they wanted to control. They wanted to control the Nile, and they wanted to control certain epicenters of trade, the Incense Road in Southern Arabia, right? And of course, you know what I'm saying, certain trade along the Nile. That was, they weren't caring about running up in nobody else's, you know what I'm saying, territories like that. It's fallacious, facetious, and fictitious. His entire argumentation is a rhetorical one that has, it is created. He wanted to talk about where are they worshiping Black Mary and stuff. Where's the Ethiopian? We come on, B. You're talking to these black folks like they don't know what's going on in present day information. Haile Selassie still won against Mussolini, and Mussolini's head and his body was dragged through the streets for losing to a historic battle, a historic gang beef that went back all the way to the 1st century, my nigga. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Back to the 1st century, this beef went back. So what we're not going to do is sit here and try to superimpose Greco-Roman authority over Ethiopia when Ethiopia, even though they had some of those Alexandrian priests, they still identified and they were unique and they kept their own traditions and practices. They kept their own identity, and they also kept the text that the Greco-Romans, the early Egyptians, the Syrian Christians often appear in history with Greek names because Greco-Roman world used Greek as the dominant language. Again, I have to remind you guys that just because it's in Greek doesn't mean that this is Greek folk. I am not from Britain because I can speak proper English. To thee that thou art hither, thine might smiteth thee across thine cheeketh. Come on, B. And Christianity spread into Alexandria, Antioch, and other centers. Local leaders and saints were recorded in Greek. Even their native languages were Coptic or Syriac. Their native languages, sir. See, he is trying to paint you scribble scrabble. You see this red crayon, that's the Romans. And this green crayon, that's the Egyptians. And this yellow crayon, that's the Ethiopians. That's what he's doing here. Simplify the evolution of the word. He wanted to bring up logos, but really, where does the word logos come from? And we know that they even have a concept of the logos, moira, in your OAHSPE text. Man, stop it, sir. You're not deceiving anybody. Hebrew, Judaic, the bar, God's spoken word, the active and creative. It's not Greek. Aramaic, the memra, you know what I'm saying? Substitute for God's name in the Targums, mediates God's presence without anthropomorphism. Wisdom, chokmah, you know what I'm saying? Right there, wisdom, personified, deified agent. So these ideas were Greco-Roman Christian logos, right? Rational principle. Who came first? The chicken or the egg, my nigga? Excuse me, I'm sorry. I keep on saying the N-word. Fusion of the Debar, the Memra, and the Greek rational, and the Hellenized tried to fuse the two. But they had a distinct way of looking at their logos as opposed to how early Egyptian, Syrian, and Jewish, Judaic cults looked at the Debar, the word, the Memra in the Aramaic. Aramaic being more closely related to the Ge'ez. So if there is any deviation in the syntax of the written Greek that is more akin to the Semitic, it will be clarified in the Ge'ez. And that's why they had to use the Ge'ez to translate the daggone scrolls of Qumran, my dude. Lord, Judaism, Debar, meaning the Hebrew scripture, Debar refers to the God's word. So you want to get into this, he's over here trying to leave out important parts of the painting. He's giving you a black and white, you know what I'm saying here, the Hellenism's logos, Greek philosophy, Stoicism, Platonism. If you're not talking about the difference between the myopposite thought and the diopposite Platonistic thought, you are not arguing your debate. It doesn't have nothing to do with them having to go over here. It doesn't have nothing to do with daggone people having some influence and having to bang out between the two. The Ethiopian Italian wars were won twice by Ethiopia. The only reason it happened so far in the 19th and in the 20th century is because this old school beef going back to the 1st century, which is what I'm talking about, and he is leaving out, came to a head, and they still lost twice. They dragged Mussolini's corpse through the street and pissed on him and spit on him and other nasty things because he lost at the end of the day. You like to leave that out, right? Well, who sent you, bro? Hellenism logo, Greek philosophy, Stoicism, Philo of Alexandria, Jewish philosopher, 1st century, explicitly linked the Debar with the logos, interpreting the Hebrew. So no, they did not. That is not Hellenism. But they interpret the way they interpret logos, you know what I'm saying, and trying to enforce that upon Ethiopian or other people would be Hellenistic. And we know that they didn't accept it. Here's a chronological chart. Oxum, Assyrium, Saber. Look at all of these influences before we even get to this little green dot over here called the Oxumite pre-Christian dynasty. He want to sit over here and leave out all of this. Nubia, Kush, Egypt. He want to sit here and act like Egyptian Christianity is totally Romanized.
2 minutes.
You're absurd. Assyria is. The Syrians, Frumentius, Dioscorus, all of the cats that you mentioned were being kicked out by the Romans. Why? Because they were not agreeing to the Roman thinking. Foolishness, Judaic influence, and go on forever. The Messianic complex, Ethiopia preserved Judaic practices. The Sabbath, not practiced by the circumcision, not practiced by the Romans. Dietary law, not practiced. Tabat, not practiced. Reinforcing continuity, not practicing. You know what I'm saying? The Roman tradition. Not keeping no idols, no statues, no. Come on, B. Get out of here with that. You know what I'm saying? Judaism's influence, I can go on for days. The syncretism, tradition, race, and revelation in the study of religious admixture or the mixtures, right? So here's the abstract cultural transmission, and religious describes how beliefs and practices travel, change, and become locally meaningful. It is not a single mechanism, but a cluster of translation, linguistic, and conceptual syncretism, blending elite adoption to top-down legitimization, right? So here we go on. Case studies, Ethiopia and the Christian ecumene studies how Ethiopian Christianity used translation and diplomatic bilingualism to address Mediterranean audiences, Rome, while preserving as liturgy and local theology, syncretism, scholarship. So basically what they did was the opposite of Hellenism. They Ethiopianized it. They put their, oh God, that's why the term exhibier is used. Exhibier is a old God word that they use for their old gods that they then transpose upon the Christian one. They weren't being Hellenized. They were Ethiopianizing Christianity, right? The relevant pages, chapter 3, universal polytheism, pages 55 through 78, discusses how Jewish monotheism was preserved in Greco-Roman. Divine identity, right? Come on, he talking this. I'm talking Rakim, he talking daggone vanilla ice.
Man, goddamn, Zion, what a way to come back in your third, 10th minute round, brother. Powerful information on both ends, like I said it, like I stated. Let's remove your screen, brother. Let's give our brother Selah Shalom his last and final round.
Yeah, let's go ahead and close this thing out strong, man. You know me, bro. I'm going to go ahead and end it. It ain't going to be no more talk about this Ethiopian Christianity after this round. You can share my screen when you're ready. And just watch the screen just in case it go off so I know where I'm at.
Yes, I got you.
Appreciate
Time will start when you're ready.
And this is the 10-minute round, right?
Yep.
Let's talk about the Feast of the Holy Cross celebrated by the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. The Ethiopian Orthodox Tehuidu Yabadabadu Church commemorates the finding of the true cross September 17th of the Ethiopian calendar. What does commemorate mean? To recall and show respect for someone or something. So here we have some Ethiopians about to set a bonfire to start the celebration. They're starting this bonfire for the celebration. And here is a photo of the Ethiopian Orthodox celebrating the Feast of the Holy Cross. Take a good look. All those people celebrating the Feast of the Holy Cross. Now, what is the Feast of the Holy Cross? It's about to get ugly. Now, according to tradition, Flavia Julia Helen, the mother of Constantine, the bonfire commemorates how the Empress Helena used the smoke of a bonfire to determine where to search for the true cross in Jerusalem, or how by a series of bonfires she signaled to her son Constantine in Constantinople her success in finding it. This is what the celebration of the Holy Cross is about. You got Ethiopian Orthodox Church celebrating Constantine's mother, a woman burning wood to see which way the wind blows the smoke in hoping of finding the true cross of Jesus Christ. This is what the Ethiopian Orthodox Church celebrates every year as a reminder showing Roman authority in the minds of the Ethiopians.
No. Roman resistance.
Yo, who's that? Who talking?
Oh, my bad. I didn't know my mic was...
Yo, give me the... Now, let's move into the Ethiopian tradition, the construction of Church St. George, Lalibela. Now, Lalibela was the king of the Zegwa dynasty, perhaps the best-known Zegwa monarch. He is credited as the patron of the namesake monolith rock-hewn churches of Lalibela. He is venerated as a saint by the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Now, check this out. Not only has Rome got theological influence over Ethiopia, but Rome has divine godly inspiration over Ethiopia, and let's prove it. Here goes St. George. This is St. George. Now, according to the Ethiopian ecclesiastical tradition, this is their tradition, preserved in the Gada Lalibela. The Church of St. George was constructed after King Lalibela received a divine vision in which he was commanded to build a church in honor of St. George. the command is variously attributed to St. George himself or to God, reflecting the Ethiopian Orthodox understanding of saints as agents of divine will. Primary source, Gedla Lilibala, translated from Ge'ez. Now listen, after the king had completed the church, St. George, a goddamn Roman, appeared to him in a vision and reproached him, saying that no house has been built in his name. The king fell in fear and repentance, and he was commanded to construct the church of St. George, which he then did in obedience. Slave, obey your master, to the divine command. So here you have St. George, a Roman Christian, coming to an Ethiopian in spirit, commanding him to build a church. You got Roman influence coming all over, coming all angles over here. Now listen to this. Where are the Ethiopian Abinu spirits floating around Rome, telling the Romans to build them an Ethiopia church in Rome? But here we have a Roman spirit floating around Ethiopia, commanding Lilibela to build a church. Make it make sense. And he did it. That's the church of St. George right there. Now, according to the Ethiopian traditional summary statement, source found in later homiletic and monastic teachings, text translated in English, it says the church of St. George was built by a heavenly command for the honor of St. George, for the protection of the land. Huh? So what we talk about here, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church is not only under Roman authority physically, but the Ethiopian Orthodox Church is under Roman authority spiritually. You got white Romans telling you niggas to build churches and you doing it. Now here you got the Virgin Mary of Rome. This is a Roman theology. You got the Catholic Orthodox Virgin Mary. You got the Ethiopian Orthodox Virgin Mary, showing you where they got it from. Early Roman church father, Ignatius of Antioch, 2nd century. Source, Jesus was truly born a virgin. Early Roman church father, Irenaeus. Source, the Virgin Mary being obedient became the cause of salvation. Early church father, Origen, 3rd century. Source, the one who gave birth to the world became the mother of God, since she bore him who is God. Sirius, a Miaphysite, following the Roman theology. Source, we do not hesitate to call Mary the mother of God, for she bore in her womb the word who is from God and truly God. Now, this Miaphysite is revered in Ethiopia, and he's following the Roman Virgin Mary. Source, the Act of the Council of Ephesus. For the right faith, we confess the Holy Virgin Theotokos, not only as the mother of Christ according to the flesh, but also the mother of God. Does the Ethiopian Orthodox Church celebrate the Virgin Mary rooted in the words of the Roman Church Father? Yes. Source, Ethiopian Orthodox Tehuidu Yabadabadu Church worship. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church honors the Holy Virgin Mary as the Mother of God. She is invoked in prayers and is venerated in many feasts and hymns. The Church believes that she intercedes on behalf of the faithful, protects them. Jesus is supposed to be the interceder, not Mary. This is a Roman Catholic belief that the Ethiopians are following. Man, it don't get no worse than this. Now, come on, here's a map showing the Roman Virgin Mary, showing you the influence coming down the history. Started with Ignatius, a Roman church father in the 2nd century, then Irenaeus, a Roman church father, Origen, then the Miaphysite, Cyril, and then to Ethiopia. Showing you where it came from. The Trinity, a product of Rome, carried to consumer land. Who was the first to mention the Trinity? Tertullian. Source, the Trinity consists of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Source, the Father is God, the Father is God, the Son is God, and the Holy Spirit is God. Yet, these three are but one. Now, you see Athanasius saying the exact same thing. Source, Athanasius, direct quote, the Father is God, the Son is God, the Holy Spirit is God, and yet these three are but one. This is Athanasius who brought Christianity to Ethiopia, and he's quoting a Roman church father. And here is it side by side, Tertullius 200 CE, Athanasius 325, and he's quoting the Roman church father. Now, here, do we see Greco-Roman influence in Ethiopia? Of course we see it in Ethiopia. Athanasius through Frumentius carried the Trinitarian Greco-Roman theology to Ethiopia. Now let me skate down. Because this is a short round. It's all over but the shouting at this point. And again, the Roman Trinitarian showing you where the Trinitarian came from, starting from Tertullian, coming down the line to Severus, showing you the influence where it came from. Now let's come to this right here. I'm going to show you the Greco-Roman Christian cultural influence and architecture that influenced the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. The link between Egypt, Coptic, and the Ethiopian church having thus been established, Frumentius returned to Ethiopia to set up the episcopal see and erect churches. This is what he came to set up. This is Roman. The episcopal see, bishop of authority, comes out of Rome, right? Let's scroll down because we ain't got that much time on this one. So here we have Roman influence in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Now here we have Ethiopians mimicking the papal throne. You got the Pope. They're them niggas masquerading around like them. You got Ethiopian Orthodox masquerading as Catholic popes. There it is. We don't see the Romans looking like Ethiopians. Here you have the Roman Episcopal consecration, the Ethiopian Episcopal consecration, showing you where they got it from. You got Saint Basilica Church. Let me scroll down, showing you the architect, the similarities. You see the similarities in the architect. Let me scroll down, right? Now, in this picture, you can clearly see behind the Abinu, the Roman influence within the Ethiopian church. There you got it right there. You got baby Jesus, the whitest of Jesus, and the whitest of Mary. And then here you have, again, the Ethiopian with the white Jesus, and you got an Edomite Jesus right here on the side of him right here. And here, again, look what it states. You have showing on his head. You got an Edomite Jesus on his head. He don't even have an Ethiopian Jesus on his head. Not even a black Jesus on his head. But the Roman Catholic Jesus is on this Abinu's head. What are we talking about? How is Rome not influencing Ethiopia when they got Jesus Christ, the white man, on his head? Now look at this one coming back. Do you know who this patriarch is? This one got a Roman church father on his head. And here you have an Abinu with Saint Irenaeus on his head. He is a 2nd century Roman church father on the head of this Abinu. We see the product of Rome all over the face of Ethiopia. Now, here are some indigenous tribes showing you they're not a product of Rome. Here's the Masa tribe showing you they're not a product of Rome. Here's the Benin tribe showing you they're not a product of Rome. Here's the Ma'in tribe showing you they're not a product of Rome. Here is the Abora tribe, show you they're not a product of Rome. Here is the Desanak tribe, show you they're not a product of Rome. And here you have it side by side, the product of Rome and the non-product of Rome. And what do? With disposable products? We throw it in the trash. The Ethiopian Bible, you could throw it in the trash because it came from Rome. The Abinu priest, you could throw it in the trash because it came from Rome. The Jesus Christ, you could throw it in the trash because it came from Rome. The Ethiopian Orthodox Tahui Yabba Church, you could throw it in the trash because it came from Rome. The Ethiopian Orthodox, you could throw it in the trash because it all came from Rome.
Oh, man. This debate was fire, man. This debate was powerful. Y'all got 5 minutes in closing on this one right here. 5 minutes in closing, and then we're going to get to the question and answer period, and we're going to let the people come in. The polls will be up, and make sure you know the subject. Don't just be voting to be voting. This is serious right here. Let the people see what's going on. Zion, you got 5 minutes in your closing.
I don't think you're sharing the screen, so.
No, he ain't sharing nothing yet.
Oh, okay.
Zion, you there? Let me know you hear me, man. Calling on Zion.
I'm right here. Let me just get this organized here, because for some reason my my screen fell out somehow. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's all right.
Woo.
Yeah. Let me get to the work here. Let me get to this work. I gotta do some flying, B. Gotta do some flying. All right. Okay. Hold on a second. 1 second, please.
Let's go, Zion. Let's go, Zion.
I'm coming.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah, we gonna get it. I you know what I'm saying? I like the brother's fervor. You know what I'm saying? That's my brother right there. I'm about to put the slap down on him, but I want to make sure that we 100% official here. Official tissue.
I need some new people coming in, man. I hope we got some new people coming in for the Q&A.
Right here. Yeah.
Oh, shit. Selah caused you to reconstruct all that shit, huh?
All right. So let's get it, B. Okay, let me see.
All right, let's go. You got
this is my closing out, right? This is my closing.
Yep.
My closing, right?
It's your closeout.
Hold on. Let me pull up my spiel here. Don't start my time yet. Hold on.
No, I got you.
Hold on, B.
I
got you. Yes. All right. Okay, good. My screen is up. You know, because Wu-Tang is forever. So I gotta lay this out properly. Come on. This is acting stupid. Second, this is acting retarded.
All right, come on, we gotta go, brother.
Okay, I'm coming. Stuck. All right. You know what? I'm just gonna move it out of me. Say less. All right, cool. Let's get it. All right, y'all. Enlarge the screen here. All right, so the brother, he's doing a hell of a job of ignoring key factors. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about Kushite peoples. You know what I'm saying? Sheba. You know what I'm saying? This geographic region. I'll give you some maps here. You know what I'm saying? To show you what the Kushite people, you know what I'm saying, really encompass. And even the Aksumite dynasty reaching up, you know what I'm saying, from this area, you know what I'm saying, Nile Valley and Red Sea. You know what I'm saying? The connection between the southern Arabia. He wants to try to encapsulate all of this into, you know what I'm saying, Greco-Romanism. You know what I'm saying? And that is just a fallacious idea. Elephantine, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, that's a Greek Greco-Roman name for a place where there were Jews, you know what I'm saying, during the early Assyrian expulsion. Assyria had an extreme amount of influence on this region, right? So concise timelines, early origin spreads, haplogroups like J. We see a genetic transmission, you know what I'm saying, in Ethiopia, Southern Arabia, as well. So he's trying to make it seem like, Christianity came into Ethiopia from the Romans. I'm sorry, just because there was Roman influences, that does not mean that it is a product of Roman influence. And so we want to, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking Wu-Tang. He talking PM Dawn. Come on, man. Set adrift on memories and come on, B, come on. You know what I'm saying? He talking. So here's the interesting thing. The black imagery. He's bringing up all of these new images, knowing that you guys don't know that for this a length of time, Ethiopia never compromised its black imagery up until like the 20th and the 21st century. So these are new photos of some images of Saint George and Saint this, that, and the other. Certainly there was some cultural transmission, but it did not Hellenize the belief system, is the point that I'm trying to prove here. You know what I'm saying? Very clearly, Ethiopian Orthodox versus Hellenized churches on images. Ethiopian Orthodox practices, no statues. You'll never see a statue in Ethiopia. Carved Ethiopian churches emphasize flat icons, right? Ark of Covenant replicas, you'll never see that, right? You'll see something similar, but they make Mary the Ark. She becomes the ark in Romanized churches, you know what I'm saying? After the Hellenized doctrine of Helen and such, you know, that he was trying to bring out, right? Statues and carvings, theological implications. Ethiopia, by rejecting statues, Ethiopia preserved a Semitic theology. Once again, Miaphysitism is not Greco-Roman. Even there might have been some Romans and Greeks that were engaging in that practice that came from the early apostolic teachers and writers who wrote in Greek Because Kaplan, Ethiopian Orthodox Church, A History, Rutledge, 2007, chapter 45, chapter 2, for pages 45 through 70. Kaplan discusses Ethiopia's retention of Judaic practices such as the Sabbath observance, circumcision, dietary laws, noting that these distinguish Ethiopian Christianity from Greco-Roman traditions. He emphasizes that these practices are not later borrowings. They doesn't come from Rome, but a continuity of Ethiopia's pre-Christian Semitic heritage, reinforcing the argument that Ethiopia resisted Hellenization. This is what we're talking about. Greco-Roman layer, Greek language, Roman imperial politics, shaped how Christianity was expressed in Europe. Okay, we're talking about institutional practice. If I'm trying to build a religious cult, I might have to use a 503 or 504 CE. So I have to use the legal precedent of that time to set up and establish my organization. But my organization can still be anti-government. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like the fallacies of equivocation, the oversimplification, like he's feeding it to you like you guys are kindergartners. Nile Valley, Egyptian Kushite God King traditions. This is what we see in Ethiopian culture. This is what we see in Ethiopian Krestena, going back to the original Nile Valley word, Krest, and not the Christos. Right? You want to tell me these Negroes look like some Romans? Stop it. Come on, we see in ancient Egypt, they had the gowns, the clothing. He wants to sit here and think that they're supposed to be butt naked with bones in there. He wants you to use that analogy because he comes from a very westernized 1882 ideology of what black and white is. Unfortunately, the brother has been compromised by a dentist. You know what I'm saying? Egyptian influences in Kush, key ancient religions in Kush, overrun.
All right. Thank you for the closeout. Powerful closeout, my brother Zion. Now let's go to my man here before we open up the floor. I want everybody to know y'all can go ahead and vote who you think got this. And we also have the link in the chat for y'all to come up and ask y'all questions.
Do I get a closeout or we good on that?
No, you good for 5 minutes. You got 5 minute closing.
Oh, all right. No, I was just
and then that's it.
Oh, all right. That's cool.
Yeah. Let's go.
All right, yeah. This was easy work, man. I don't even need to show no slide for this. It's obvious. What I brought out is clear to see that Ethiopia is definitely a product of Rome because I showed you some indigenous Ethiopians. Then I showed you compromised Ethiopians compromised by Christianity. It's clear. My first run, I showed you how the oldest Ethiopian gospel, the Garima Gospels, which is dated to 370, 390 CE Common Era, was translated from Greek. It's not even original. It's not even like you have the Garima Gospels in Ge'ez and then they translated it into Greek and then into English. I'd understand that, but you don't have that. You got the Garima Gospels that are translated from Greek, which is the New Testament. I already sourced and showed the New Testament, all of them coming from the second century Common Era. I showed you Papyrus 137, Papyrus 52, and all these are anonymous papyruses. Mark, Matthew, Luke, John were added to those papyruses in the 2nd century and 3rd century by the Roman church fathers. So by saying that St. Mark is even Libyan shows you're under the authority of the Eusebian, who was the first one to quote St. Mark. Ain't no Ethiopian from the 2nd century quote St. Mark and gave you St. Mark. Ain't no Ethiopian had the original Ge'ez manuscripts of the New Testament in the New Testament in Ge'ez. No. You got experts in the field of Ge'ez that are telling you that the Garima Gospels was translated from the Greek. You're not an expert, Zion, and I'm not an expert. Let the experts speak. And the expert saying that your oldest Ethiopian text, the New Testament, comes from the Greek, showing you Greco-Roman authority and inspiration over your text. By you having St. Mark in your Bible, you have a picture of St. Mark. St. Mark was created by Eusebian. He's a pen name. When Papyrus 137 was discovered, it was anonymous. They added the name St. Mark. So by St. Mark being in the Garima Gospels shows you Roman influence. We got the Abinu which is the priest, the head honcho, the head nigga in charge. He's equivalent of being the Pope. And we have on the turban of the Abinu, we see the white Jesus. We even see an early Roman church father, Irenaeus, on the head of the Ethiopian, showing you Rome's authority on the head of the Abinu. This is a spiritual battle. Physical wars end quick. Spiritual battles last for thousands of years. And it's clear to see that this spiritual battle that has been lasting for 1,000 years for these Greco-Romans got influence on our people. Don't be mad at me for bringing out what I'm bringing out. I'm showing you sources of what these Romans did to us. The enemy is Roman Greek, not me. I'm just showing you how they influence our people with a false doctrine. The Miaphysite theology is a debate if Jesus is God or not. Something that started with the Council of the Council of Nicaea with Constantine, when they started debating the divinity of Christ. The Council of Chalcedon and the Council of Ephesus was an extension of those debates, which comes out of Rome. So your whole Miaphysite theology is still based in Roman theology because that's headquarters. Eastern and Western Roman Byzantine Empire, those were the ruling class. Alexandria, Egypt, is subjugated to Rome. That's why Marcion and Marcion and Justin was able to push out the Miaphysites. Athanasius was a head nigga in the church. He low running. He getting the hell out of it. Justin then pushed him out. No, Marcion then pushed him out and put a whole nother pope in there. What type of authority is that? Where's the authority of Alexandria to push back if they fight in Rome? If they independent fighting against Rome, why are they not fighting back? They running. They ran to Ethiopia because of the persecution of Justin and Marcion, Roman emperors. So at the end of the day, it's clear to see that Ethiopia is definitely a product of Greco-Roman influence. Culturally, we showed that. Spiritually, we showed that. And then I showed you indigenous Ethiopians who exist till this day who did not accept Christianity. So you lost the fight with that alone, because the indigenous Ethiopians who did not accept Christianity shows no semblance of Christianity. They got the indigenous clothing. They probably still speak their indigenous language. They probably don't even speak Ge'ez, because Ge'ez is compromised by your Romans. They translated all the texts in Ge'ez, everything. Even the non-saints who came later, after Frumentius in the 5th, 6th century, they came and translated some of the texts. But all this is late. All this is because they got kicked out of Rome. That's why they ended up in Ethiopia in the first place. If Justin and Marcion didn't kick them niggas out, y'all probably be Miaphysites today. So y'all fighting a doctrine. That's why I showed the Democrats and the Republicans 2 wings on the same bird. And that same bird is wrong.
All right, man. Powerful information on both ends. Powerful information on both ends. I will leave the chart up there till we finish. Right now, they got Selah Shalom, 64%. Zion Warchild, 36%. So it's going back and forth. It's going up and down, back and forth like that. So we ready? I want to let Apostle in first so he can give me his overall view on how things went. You ain't got to say the winner because you my host. So we let the people say that, Apostle. All right, go ahead, Apostle. You got the floor, brother.
Yeah, big ups to both of the debaters, man. Honestly, I was watching the football game and I came in right before the 3rd round. Well, in the 2nd round, I came in. And towards the end, I was there when you repeated, when your slide stopped, Selah.
Selah.
Okay. I often struggle with Zion, with the context of Ethiopia, but Zion is right, and Selah is right in terms of the people over there, because some of the people in Ethiopia today are Muslims. So they're not all Christians. The Muslims ran Haile Selassie out of there. So not the Italians, the Muslims did that. So they Christians, they're Hebrews, profess it anyway, and they're atheists, they're traditionalists. And they're not all of the same background. They got different those people got different backgrounds. They look different. So let's say the first church, and I'm sure y'all agree, was written in Africa. Where's
If you got a brain fog, it's all right. You ain't got
where's Hannibal from?
Carthage.
Carthage, right. The first Bible was written in Carthage. That's the Vulgate. It was written in Latin, 398 AD. After that, sometime after that, the other Bibles started to be written. The Ethiopian Bible was written 800 years before the King James. King James was written in 1600. So that means 800 before, we'll give it about the year 800. The Ethiopian Bible was written. It's interesting, y'all. Both of y'all made some good arguments, man. Like Sai say, it's not up to me to say who won or who didn't win. But I will say this to Selah. Often churches came out of struggle. So to say that because there was struggles going on, Mark could not have brought forth the church, because the Bible says that we taketh it by force. This struggle that we in is going to be taken by force. It's not going to be given to us. So in chaos, a lot of things were birthed. Wasn't no church named after nobody. The first churches, they were named after the city that they were brought up in. So you ain't gonna find a church of Mark. Anyway, that wasn't Mark's name. Mark was penned, like you say. His name was John Mark. But the writers entitled it Mark not to get it confused with the Gospel of John. But his original name was John.
All right, Apostle. Thank you, brother.
Okay.
Let me bring on Prince Cosmon. What's up, brother?
Peace, man.
You have a question? And I want all questions pertaining to the debate. Let's not deviate. Let's keep it all on the debate.
Yeah, I thought Selah did a great job. Salute to both panelists. I mean, to both debaters, man. Y'all did an excellent job. The delivery coming from Selah was a lot more comprehensive and a lot more clear.
You'll speak up, sir. We can barely hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So I was just saying, Selah did a great job presenting overall the information. The sources were clear, comprehensive, and we were able to track with Selah. I feel like Zion got a little bit less coherent in his delivery, so it was hard to track what he was saying. But you know what I'm saying, when it comes down to the information, what I was able to learn, and I guess I'll ask one question at the end, but what I was able to learn overall was that observably and objectively, when Selah showed those photographs of the regalia of the Ethiopian Coptics, it was drenched in Roman influence and inspiration. It was literally a picture of white Jesus on the hat of the quote-unquote rabbi, Rabbah. You know what I'm saying? So that in itself right there just shows you the heavy inspiration of Rome, you know what I'm saying, in the culture of the Ethiopian Coptics, the Ethiopian Christians. So, yeah, I just wanted to bring that out. Great job. And then I guess my question would be to Zion is like, how do you defend that in reality? Like, how do you make us unsee the fact that the Ethiopian Coptic Christians are drenched in Roman regalia?
You understand the question, Zion?
Yep, absolutely. The slide that there was about maybe like 6 or 7 slides that I had showing that that the regalia, number one, did not originate from the Romans. The regalia actually originated from Northeast Africans and Jews, the mitre crown and such. And then there was some other influences on the Roman crown with the fish-headed, you know what I'm saying, what's called, but you don't see that in Ethiopian, what's called. I actually have slides, You know what I'm saying? Not being able to get to those. So when you say that they're taking on the regalia, and I have a chart that shows that later on, after the Second Italian War, that in the 20th to 21st century, certainly we're seeing a lot more white images, but did not exist from the 3rd century all the way up to like the 15th. I have a whole entire chart that shows that Ethiopian imagery, Ethiopian liturgy, and even what they call the trapments, which is the garb and the clothing, are more Nubian and Egyptian in nature. And this is where we see a lot of the adoption of Nile Valley traditions in their garb, their trapments, and their liturgy in the Greco-Roman. But Ethiopia's practice is way different. They carry these huge drums that are like 20-inch subwoofer drums. They be banging them and jumping up and down. You don't see that in the Catholic Church or the Romans. They go Sanctus. You know what I'm saying? Come on, B. So this is what I'm saying. While he was able to, as I had tons of information, while he was able to get to certain points and show images, what he's doing is leaving out the actual cultural transmission as a context and where these things came from. To say that they're Roman, it's absurd. They're actually Kemetic, and they were adopted by the early Roman Church in 313.
Zion, yes. Would you agree, Zion, that the idea of Christianity in itself, right, comes from Constantinian council?
No. It's actually an observance that is born from the God King, Nile Valley God King theologies, right? The God King theologies that go even back to Egypt, to Nubia, and then we see a transmission of that in an abstraction with the Messianic ideologies of the Judaic. Because they were adopting a lot of these forms. They were practicing them differently. You know what I'm saying? However, you know what I'm saying, with the ram cult, we see the ram is an important sacrifice in Judaism, the ram cult in Egyptian, and also in the Mahir. And so these things were actually predated the Romans Hellenized things by usurping other people's religion and putting their theology into it. So now we cannot look at our gods the way we our traditional elders and ancestors look at it. We have to look at it like Perseus, Zeus, and freaking daggone Apollos. That is what Hellenism is, and I'm clearly showing that they rejected that. The Miaphysite doctrines were more apostolic and therefore more Afro-Semitic in how they viewed divinity, and the saints and the angels in heaven. The cosmology was all more Afrocentric. If they were to accept the Hellenization, they would have had statues. They would have stopped using the Sabbath. They wouldn't have been no dietary laws. There would have been no circumcision. They preserved the origins of the faith. And this is what I'm saying. That is the resistance. That is them fighting against the imperialism. He kept bringing up people who were excommunicated by the Romans for rejecting Roman theology and trying to make them seem like they were Romans.
So what I was trying to say,
the absurdity.
What I was trying to clarify. Let me clarify what I'm saying. When I say Christianity coming from Constantine, the idea. What I mean is the deification of Christ, Jesus, right? Yeah. The Ethiopian Bible, right? It has in it the worship of Jesus Christ. That idea itself, what came from Constantine in Rome.
No.
That's what the whole Constantine Council was about.
I actually had a slide that actually shows that Christianity predated even when that's why I brought up the Mithraism. In the first century, Romans totally rejected Christianity. It was the Jews, the Syrians, the Armenians, the Egyptians, the people of that area that were like biblically connected, and Ethiopians that we see language about all throughout the Old Testament and then into the New Testament that were receiving this doctrine. The Romans were anti-Christian Christianity. That's why they were killing Christians. That's why even Paul, before he became a Christian, was slaughtering Christians. So what we're not going to do is try to act like the history of Christianity is tied to Roman Catholicism. Actually, it's tied to the rejection of Hellenization and Greco-Romanization and imperialism.
All right. All right, let's move along. Easy Band, what's up, brother? Do you have a question, brother? Easy Bands.
What's popping, brother Sarnetta? Thanks for bringing me up. Peace to the panel. I caught the end of the debate, so I heard a few of the things that Brother Selah had to say. I heard a few of the things that Zion had to say. And I'd like to say, Brother Selah was, performative. A lot of the information he was putting down was more like smoke and mirrors. You feel me? Brother Zion, he came through preaching and giving real facts to the
What you mean by smoke and mirrors?
I mean, what I mean by smoke and mirrors is that, he's showing you stuff that looks good, but really doesn't have substance behind it.
Right.
So he wasn't showing you no sources?
Substance. Like it doesn't really
every slide he showed, he put up sources, brother.
They were corrupt.
He was showing you pictures of, people wearing regalia and then claiming, that the religion comes from Rome, which, like I said, it doesn't have substance to it.
Okay. All right.
Rome came to the party much late.
Hold up. You can't do that, Apostle. You got to let them say loud. You want to respond to this?
Yeah. First off, he admit he ain't watched the whole debate. He came at the tail end.
Right.
So obviously he ain't see the sources. What he caught was the part when I was exposing the fact that these Ethiopians are draped in Roman apparel. And you can't get around the fact that your Abino got a white Jesus on his head. That alone, there is no more talk after that. You have a white Jesus on the head of your Abino priest. We don't see Rome. Hold up. We don't see
Rome. Brother. Hold on. You got to let him finish.
We don't see Romans with Ethiopians on their cap. So what I'm showing you is that in order for Ethiopia to show the authority, we have to show Rome, Ethiopian influence in Rome. I showed you the complete opposite. I showed you the council meetings that took place in Chalcedon, and Ephesus, and how that affected Alexandria, Egypt, and how that caused the 9 saints and them to flee Egypt to come in Ethiopia to bring the Miaphysite theology in Ethiopia. So all this is going on with Rome. We don't see nothing coming from Ethiopia going the opposite direction. We don't see no Abinos in Ethiopia wearing the Ethiopian cross. I don't know if you've seen it, but Saint your Lely Bella, you might as well call him a house name. He got a vision of Saint George and built the church based off the vision that Saint George told him to do. That's a Roman. That's a European. But we don't see no Abinu spirits, some priestly spirits coming from Ethiopia going to Rome to tell the Romans, build me a church that symbols Ethiopia. We don't see no Ethiopian culture in Rome, but we see Roman culture influencing Ethiopia. And when you need to go back and watch the first or second round, and then you probably have a better understanding why I showed the drape. Because at that point in the debate, I was cross comparing the influence of Rome on Ethiopian culture.
Hey, yo, y'all got to slow down. Y'all got to slow down with this stuff, man. It's getting crazy now. It says, slow your bias a bit, sir. What do you mean? Well, I'm not biased towards any. Both of these are my brothers, man. What are you talking about? Damn, man. Oh, man, I can't weigh in on nothing today. Nothing without being biased, man. I got to be biased.
You was definitely not biased, bro.
Word, man. Come on, man. All right, go ahead, Easy Band. You got more?
Yeah, I have more. I had like four points that I wanted the brother Selah to respond to.
Yeah.
Before I do that, I just wanted to ask you if you know about the Black Madonna and Christ.
Yeah, that came later though. That came on in the 12th century. That's way late.
Yeah, but I'm saying though, because you keep talking about how the regalia of these priests in Ethiopia they adorn like these white depictions. I wonder if you know that in Europe.
Yeah, they got the Black Madonna. That comes from the 12th century, right?
Let me just finish my point. If you go to even the Vatican, even in the Vatican, in the most holy of holy rooms, there's even a picture on the internet right now where both popes are praying in front of a Black Madonna and Black Christ. If you go to most European churches, they keep the most sacred depictions of Jesus and Mary, and they're all black in the most sacred places. They only bring them out when there's celebrations and traditions going on and they're marching them in the city. You know, they only bring them out on sacred events. But you've seen that, right?
Of course. The Black Madonna, you got the Russian icons, you got all that.
We have all that. So my point by bringing this up is that what you're doing is kind of like smoke and mirrors. You get what I'm saying now, right?
No, it's not smoke and mirrors. Because first of all, you got to contend with the fact that your earliest gospels, we're dealing with the New Testament, we're dealing with Christianity. Your New Testament gospels are in Greek.
So
right?
it's the language.
So I can show you some black men as Christians today. What does that mean? I can show you some black people rocking Santa Claus outfits. Does that make sense? Did that change the fact of the tradition of Santa Claus? Because we said we got a black Santa Claus now? It doesn't negate the fact that the theological belief system that was given to Ethiopia through Alexandria does not change because it's a black face.
Okay. All right.
You had hold up. If that's the case, to nip you in the bud, if that was true, the Ethiopian Abinus would have had that Black Madonna on their head instead of that white Jesus.
No, I'm saying though, if you go to the Vatican, right? If you go to the Vatican where the Pope, you go to the Vatican where the two popes.
So why would the Vatican be rocking black people and the goddamn Ethiopians rocking white people? Come on, make it make sense.
My point is,
there's only one mic.
My point is,
hold on, easy man.
My bad, yo.
Zion, you're a host.
I apologize.
You're a debater. So if you got something to say, and Selah got something to say, that trumps everything.
I do have something to say. I do. I want to let my brother finish.
Man, go after him.
I want to make sure go ahead, brother.
So I have, after this, if I can, I have 4 points that I wanted to ask when it comes to Ethiopia being a Roman product.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead and do it.
Right now?
Yeah, go ahead and do it. Zion said he can wait.
I'll let Zion said he wanted to drop.
No, you go ahead and fly, brother. Go ahead and fly. I talked enough right now.
What are you saying? Do what? What are you trying to do?
No, it's all right. Bunch of people started
he's got some relevant questions. I want to hear his questions because he's got some relevant questions for both of us. So,
all right. Well, we got to move. Hey, yo, where's the people at? Why y'all? I think this ain't their topic. They probably don't know about this topic that much.
Right.
That's why they not.
Bands was talking. Right. He had said he had 4 points. He only made.
He got some good points. He got some good questions on both sides. So I want to hear that.
So the first point, if y'all remember, the first thing that I brought up was basically to show the smoke and mirrors with the depictions of regalia. Because if I could show you guys pictures of, what these guys keep in the most sacred rooms, the holiest of holiest, is depictions of a Black Madonna and Black Jesus Christ all through Europe, even in the Vatican. But all right, so let me go to these points that I wanted to bring to Brother Selah. So we're talking about the historical independence of Ethiopia. All right, I just want to get your two cents when it comes to this.
When you say hold up, let me just interject because I don't want to drift off the topic. The topic is Christianity. So when you talk about the historical beginning or whatever you're talking about, are we talking about Christianity? Because that's the topic we're dealing with.
Yeah. So it goes with Christianity, right? I'm talking about the historical independence. I'm just showing you that basically the Christianity that appeared in Ethiopia was, how should I say this? It was overseen or under like the Egyptian Coptic and not Rome. That's my point. Ethiopia was never colonized by Rome.
Ethiopia was colonized by Rome mentally. That's why you got the albino with the white Jesus on his head.
But you can't, come on. That's what I was talking about with the smoke and mirrors.
That's not a smoke and mirror. I just showed you objective proof that your albino got a white Jesus on his head. How is that smoke and mirrors?
Okay,
it's smoke and mirrors that he's working that albino on his head with that white Jesus. That's smoke and mirrors.
All right, so if we keep that same logic, right, it means that in the minds of the Vatican and all those Europeans, they believe basically that, you know, their God.
They believe the fact that the truth was that Jesus, Yeshua, and those indigenous Hebrews were indigenous melanated people. We know that.
Okay, so if that's the truth, you're seeing that what you're saying doesn't make sense, because you're saying that the black people are copying from the white people who copied from the black people. You get it? So basically, it doesn't make sense what you're saying.
It makes
so how can the Ethiopians be influenced by
exactly?
Can I say something about that?
Where's my bomb, yo? So I didn't need a bomb for that one, B.
Nah. Until you show me a pope with a black Jesus or a black albino with his head. Come on, son.
We
I see what you're trying to do. I see what you're trying to do, but see, the fact is that Yeshua, Jesus, and all them, yeah, we know that they were black. We know that. Right. But before Ethiopia, I never denied that. Come on now. My name's Selah Shalom.
And what was the Greco-Roman term for black people? What was the Greco-Roman term for black people back then? Say it.
Ethiopia, Nubia, black burnt faces.
Wait. Say it again.
More.
No. You had it before. It starts with an A though.
What? Go ahead. With Ethiopia.
So the Romans were worshiping the Ethiops, Christ, and Mary.
But you're Ethiopian albino, instead of having that same black Christ.
No, wait, hold on.
Got a Roman one on his head.
The brother, you got a question for me, bro? So please ask me one of those same questions.
So y'all can both respond. Y'all can both respond. I'm looking for both of y'all, opinions on it.
All right, Prince, you on the mic, Prince.
So can I share my screen real quick to respond to the brother on that one?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so let me share this. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you, paying attention to that. That is the detail that I've been bringing out this whole entire time, right? So we have, can y'all see it?
Yep.
Right. So real quick, claiming Ethiopian Christianity as a product of Greco-Romanization, Christianity is Hellenization, right? So let me just move forward. Move forward here. Hold on. Let me enlarge this for you guys. So real quick, Ethiopian Christianity is distinguished with language, canon, practices from Greco-Roman canon, theology. All of these things are what it equates Hellenization. He's saying, they adopted Greco-Romanized thought. But watch this. Here's the map. Ethiopian Orthodox Christianity traditionally depicted Jesus and biblical figures with African Ethiopian figures and icons and manuscripts. The introduction of European white Jesus images. This is where it is smoke and mirrors. The brother is correct. This is where it is smoking with. The white Jesus imagery began much later, primarily during the 19th and 20th centuries through Catholic Protestant missionary influence. So here, look at this bottom chart right over. You see all of this green from the 4th to the 19th century. This is what Jesus and Mary and all of them look like. These images right here. It wasn't until the 19th century that, and with the missionaries who were dealing with the famines and such that were a huge cause from the Roman-Italian War and their dropping of mustard gas on the topsoil of Ethiopia that caused that huge famine where we saw, little kids on TV, with flies and stuff on their faces.
Right.
This is where the influence of the white European Catholicism comes in to Ethiopia. Not during the period that he specifically himself said he was going to focus on, which is the early first, second, fourth, to even the 13th. We'll stretch it to the 13th, 14th century, maybe 15th century too, since we're talking about a Zion, a Yakunula Amla. So the brother is throwing smoke and mirrors, because this you won't see in no daggone Roman Catholic. You know what I'm saying? They don't practice the same calendar. So Their religious holy days and feast days are not Greco-Roman, and they're not practiced the same. He wants us. It was more about this pre-Christian Ethiopian pantheon, which is a trinity of power: a father, a mother, and a son. But here, where we get the word exhibier, Lord of the world, that they apply to Christ. The transmission of their own religious text went over, and we see it today. You know what I'm saying? With Haile Selassie still repeating the same tradition that predates Roman Christianity, y'all. So I'm gonna rest there, but thank you. I'm a slash. And what did Haile Selassie say? Since you want to daggone bring him up, he said David will still beat Goliath, and he did. They drugged Mussolini through the streets because they couldn't impose Roman authority from old ancient world beef. My dude, that you try to sit here and act like this man didn't win. Who sent you? That dentist?
Hold up. Did Ethiopians kill Mussolini, or did Italians kill Mussolini?
No, the Italians killed him after he lost to the Ethiopians.
Ethiopians
ain't doing anything. It don't matter, bro. It don't matter.
It do matter.
Objection
relevant. All right, Zion. You got to let him speak now.
Okay.
Yeah. The Ethiopians didn't kill Mussolini. You can get that out the window. Selassie ran in exile. Romans invaded Ethiopia, dropped bombs, and Ethiopia did not return the favor and did it to Rome. So you could go ahead with that Ethiopian talk, because Mussolini got killed by his own people. Not no Ethiopians who came from Ethiopia went to Rome and showed and brought the war to their front door. Ain't no Ethiopians brought the war to Rome's front door, but we see Rome bringing the war to Ethiopia's front door.
But they didn't prevail.
You can. It don't matter. The fact that he did it is what we're talking about. The fact that he did it.
We talking about God did it.
The fact that he did it is what we're talking about.
The fact that he lost.
If you can't show Ethiopians going to Rome to exercise their sovereignty, we're talking about a sovereign nation. We're not talking about a people like us who are subjected under another sovereign nation. Ethiopia is a sovereign nation. He had he had all the right to get his goddamn pilots and his soldiers and fly to Rome and drop bombs the same way they drop bombs on Ethiopia.
No, why would he do that?
So now, with that being said, you can scratch that and get that out the way.
Can I say something real quick?
Vietnam.
Go ahead.
Did America take the war to Vietnam? Did Vietnam bring the war to America? And who got the behinds kicked?
Ethiopia got bombed by Rome. Ethiopia did not go to Rome and bomb them. That's the case in point.
He didn't. No,
that's the case in point.
That's not the case in point.
Okay, the same way Rome.
Watch this.
The same way Rome.
Watch this.
Will tell Alexandria, Egypt, I want y'all to wear red hats from now on. Y'all gonna wear red hats. If Rome tell Alexandria, Egypt to wear red hats, they gonna wear red hats. And if Alexandria, Egypt got to go to Ethiopia and say, yo, we got to wear red hats from now on. They're going to wear red hats because they're the daughter of Alexandria. And Alexandria is a pawn to Rome. The Miaphysite and Diophysite theology that they was debating was the divinity of Jesus Christ. Was he the son of God or was he not? Right. We don't even rock with that. That's a Roman theology. The disciples of Yahshua was never debating was he the son of God or not. That's a Greco-Roman theology. That's what Paul gave you. Paul gave you that philosophy of.
Paul didn't give you that. The Council of Nicaea gave us that.
Right. No, it's in your Bible. It's in your Bible. Yeah, it's
not in your Bible that Jesus Christ is God. It's not in the Bible that Christ is God.
The brother of Jesus, James, did not preach that his brother was one and the same with the Father. You can't find me no verse in the Bible where James, the brother of Jesus, speak of his brother being one and the same with the Father. When you look at the records of James, first off, James was the one who had the church in Jerusalem. He was in charge of the church after his brother. He had the authority power after Yahshua left. It was James in Jerusalem. So why are we following St. Mark in Alexandria, which is compromised by goddamn Rome and Greco-Roman, when James, the brother of Jesus, is in Jerusalem and he's the head nigga in charge of the church? Why are we not over there in Jerusalem? Why is the church acknowledging St. Alexandria instead of acknowledging St.
Everybody, they had
church in charge.
They don't know
had
Paul.
churches all over the place, man.
No.
Yes, sir.
Just
They had
James.
churches in
Hold up.
They had
James
churches in Laodicea.
James was the brother of Jesus. Paul never met Jesus. Paul is the one who brought the gospel into Rome. James never went and brought the gospels into Rome.
Paul was the Jew that was born in Rome.
Paul sold out and
There were others.
He was born in the city of
He forgot about Chloe. He forgot about Apollos. He forgot about Mark.
Y'all following the Greco-Roman Christianity that Paul brought, and y'all not following what James and the disciples, the real Nazarenes, the real zealots that was following Yeshua. When James said, "Yo, share my screen. Share my screen. Let me put this to bed. I'm gonna show these niggas that they following. They following Saint Mark in Alexandria instead of following James in Jerusalem. Let me share my screen real quick, son. Hold on, let me share it real quick. Let me put this to bed. Y'all talking about Saint Mark and the Ethiopian church. Their tradition is following Saint Mark. Man, let me show you who was in charge of the church after Yeshua left. Let me get to this. This is a whole nother dot I'm bringing to y'all. Now look, quoted by Eusebian. Source. First, he was a holy man from his mother's womb. He drank no wine, no strong drink. He ate no flesh, and not a razor was upon his head. We talking about James. He was a Nazarene. Let me come down to how he held authority over the church. Right here, James holds authority after Jesus. Gospel of 12. The disciple said to Jesus, "We know that you will depart from us. Who will be our leader?" Jesus said, "Whoever you are to go to James the Just."
That's a heretic book.
Let me finish.
Apostle, shut up.
For whose sake heaven and earth came into being. Okay, that's one source where we show James is to be the leader after Yeshua. Now, the Clementine recognitions. The Lord, after his resurrection, appeared to James first and made him the bishop of bishops. What did James, the brother of Jesus, teach? Hold up. Come back. The other apostles after the resurrection were ordained to wait for who? James, that he may give them permission to preach the gospel. Not Paul, James, the brother. Ooh. Clement Homilies 1135, 4:2. James, the Lord entrusted the government of the church after his ascension. Why are we talking about St. Mark and Alexandria if Yeshua is telling you the church is entrusted in his brother James? James was the head of the church.
Because those books are heretics.
Hold up. Source. Ecclesiastical Histories, chapter 2, verse 1 and 2, it states, James, the brother of the Lord, who was called the Just, was the first to preside over the church at Jerusalem. He was a man of great virtue and steadfast, observing what? The law of Moses with scriptural devotion. Here we have proof that James is the one, the head nigga in charge after Yeshua. Not Mark, not Paul, none of them. And your Ethiopian church,
That's not a fact.
Your Ethiopian church traditionally follows St. Mark and the Church of Alexandria.
Hold on for 1 minute. 1 minute. Apostles, you're not debating, brother. And
but the point is, they're deliberately saying these things out of books. They're not even in the Bible.
Yeah, man. You're not debating, Apostle. That's what I'm telling you. You can't be quiet, man. Allow Selah to finish. Let Zion cut in if he wants to. But you can't cut in. Let Selah.
I definitely want to cut in because this is it.
But go ahead, Selah, finish.
Go ahead, Selah.
Even topic, man. What he's doing is not even topic.
All right. You ain't got nothing to do with that, though, brother. Okay.
This got everything to do with the topic because we're talking about Christianity. Ethiopian Christianity follows Saint Mark. And
that's not Christianity that you're talking about.
Apostle, you still doing it, brother.
The Ethiopian church traditionally follows Saint Mark in the Church of Alexandria. I'm showing you that after Yeshua left, the true church was in Jerusalem with James. That's what I'm showing you. Ecclesiastical Histories, chapter 2, verse 1 and 2, it states, James, the brother of the Lord, to whom the episcopate, you know what episcopate means? It means seat of authority of Jerusalem had been entrusted by the apostles. We're talking about James here. James, the Just, was appointed the first bishop of Jerusalem. So why are we worrying about St. Mark and the Church of Alexandria when James, the brother of Jesus, is what we should be focused on? So Paul is the one who gave you the Greco-Roman theology, and St. Mark and all that which y'all following, the Trinity, Father, Son, all that came from Rome. James wasn't preaching none of that. But go ahead, I rest my case, man.
Zion,
None of that what you just showed is true.
Yo, my man, Apostle, what are you doing here? You're not debating, Apostle. It's Zion got to defend that, brother.
Brother, I understand that. But this
stop, brother. Stop, Apostle.
Hold
please.
on, let me give it. Yo, look at this. Look. This is quoted by Eusebian, Ecclesiastical Histories. Look, after the ascension of the Savior, Peter, James, and John did not claim the glory, but they chose James the Just as Bishop of Jerusalem. So why ain't nobody talking about James the Just, who was Bishop of Jerusalem? Y'all over there talking about
Objection.
Paul.
Objection. All right.
But ain't nobody talking about the brother of the son.
I heard you.
Hey, let me
Hold on, Maccabee. Hold on, my brother. Hold on. I want Zion to respond.
Yeah, this
Zion,
is crazy.
respond, brother. Go ahead.
All right. So hold on, man. Let me pull up some things.
I took my screen off.
Again, I have to go right back through it. I got to go right back through it because what he's doing is ignoring the entirety of my argumentation. He is trying to continue to give you a product, like we said, a Roman product out of something that is not Roman. Okay? He is trying to make this Roman when it is clearly not. The definition of Hellenization means, can you see that? Hellenization means the deep assimilation into Greek worldview and identity. He's talking about people who rejected the diopposite view, which is Roman authority. Now, while there was still Roman authority over the Alexandrian churches, and they were the ones who appointed the priests up until 1958, here's the deal. Because Ethiopia's kings claimed Solomonic covenantal inheritance, they did not give a F what the daggone priest was saying. And they still followed the original doctrine. Now, James being this one or that one has nothing to do with the price of a can of beans because Mark clearly goes against Paul's doctrine, as Paul's doctrine later on evolves into Roman Hellenized religion. Mark's doctrine does not. Whether you want to consider Mark a real, yes, John Mark. They changed the titles. I absolutely give respect to the elder apostle, you know what I'm saying, for bringing that out. Example, Chalcedonian Christianity. Chalcedonian Christianity is the Romanized, Greco-Romanized Christianity. Y'all, get that through your heads. Define Christology using Greek physiological distinctions. Physis, hypostasis, and ousia. Ethiopian Christianity is distinctive. Language, Ethiopian retained Ge'ez to literally deny the Greek. Because the Ge'ez was more in the Semitic syntax than the Greek. So the retranslation of the Greek into the Ge'ez and the liturgical use of the Ge'ez and not the Greek lets you know that Ethiopia said, okay, let us take that and put it back to where it needs to be. Ethiopia's the denial of their canon, the Greco-Roman canon, absent from Greco-Roman canon. These books, Jubilees, Megabayan, Enoch, all of those books, the Jubilees, all of those are not present. When a Roman imposed power imposes their religious doctrine, they impose their canon, they impose their calendar, they impose their language for the liturgy. So that means that Ethiopians would have literally been praying in Greek, and they did not. Judaic continuity, that means they would have had to drop their Sabbaths and only accept the Sunday service. They would have had to drop the dietary and the circumcision and practice according to that. Theology, Ethiopia adopted the Miaphysite. It is not Greco-Roman. It is Syrian, Judaic, early Christians. The apostolic doctrines were Monophysite. It was only later labeled Miaphysite during the Chalcedonian councils. right? So the implication of the claim to say Ethiopian Christianity is a product of Greco-Roman Christianity would imply that Ethiopia's theology was shaped by Greek philosophical categories, which we could see clearly is not. Ethiopian abandoned its Semitic Judaic roots in favor of Greco-Roman identity. It clearly did not. But the evidence shows the opposite. Ethiopia resisted Chalcedon and preserved Ge'ez, which is closer to the Aramaic, sir, and maintained Judaic practices. This is why we know that they did not accept Hellenization, regardless of the institutional practices. We're talking about the thinking and the mindset, the ideology and the practices of a people, which is the theology itself. And that is not consistent with Hellenized Greco-Roman authority. You're done, bro. I don't care who voted for you. They didn't understand because they like crayons like you do.
Can we respond? Can we respond to this Millie Mouse Negro?
Let me share my
this Millie Mouse delusional Negro.
Bro, Big Melly in the
All right, hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Yo, let me share my screen one more time. Then I want my brother Mally to speak after me. Let me share my screen one more time, sir.
All right. Let's go. Remove your screen, Zion.
Yeah, that shit sound good. You're the Ethiopian Jabari. That shit sound good. That's it. Nigga, you got
all right. Calm down, Maccabees. Y'all calm down.
Now he's trying to talk about the influence and the authority. Now look, this is a depiction. Now the oldest Ethiopian gospel of the New Testament is the Garima Gospels. This is the oldest Ethiopian New Testament that they got. Is from 390 CE. They got a depiction of Saint Mark in their gospel. Now, I already told you that Saint Mark is a pen name by Eusebian in the 2nd century Common Era. Now, I told you the Ethiopian source, Ethiopian.org. It states that the Ethiopians follow Saint Mark of Alexandria. Ethiopia has remained faithful to her age-old ties with the apostolic church uninterrupted. For this reason, she is universally renowned as the faithful daughter of Saint Mark of Alexandria. Now, I already showed you that Yeshua left James in charge of the Church of Jerusalem. So why are we following St. Mark? We were supposed to be following the closest one to the Messiah, which is James, his own brother. Now, Eusebian states James, who the ancient surname, the Just, was the first to be made bishop of the Church of Jerusalem. We're supposed to be following this church, not no goddamn Saint Church of Alexandria, named after the goddamn Alexander the Greek, the Macedonian. Why would we go to Egypt under the Macedonian name when we could go to Jerusalem and follow James, the very brother? Eusebian, a classical history, 23:2, it states the throne of the church was entrusted to James the Just. We're talking about Jerusalem. James, the brother of the Lord, led the Jerusalem church and taught that the path of God is practical righteousness. He didn't say, my brother's the Trinity and my brother's one with the Son of God. Paul gave you that. James, that ain't come out the mouth of James. Eusebian, quoted in classical histories, James, the brother source, James, the brother of the Lord, succeeded to the government of the church. What are we talking about? So my point is that Ethiopia is following Saint Mark, a pen name created by Eusebian, when you should be following James, the brother of Yeshua, at the Church of Jerusalem. So the Ethiopians, instead of saying they're renowned to Saint Mark of Alexandria, they should be following St. James and the Church of Jerusalem. So we're going to put that to bed one time. And like I already showed you, this is what your man was talking about, because I showed these, I was comparing these, he's talking about these smoking, this ain't no smoking mirrors. What you have is a product of Rome. That's why when you come down here to this part, I showed you the indigenous Ethiopians. They're not a product of Rome. They're not a product. These are the Marsi. They're not the Marsi tribe. They're not a product of Rome. And then I came down and showed you the two right here. You got the product of Rome and the non-product. These are all both Ethiopian tribes. One is compromised and one is not. One is free and sovereign and one is not. One is under Roman production and one is not under Roman production. It's clear to see. A child can see this. So we're not going to sit around and play the game and act like Rome did not influence Ethiopia when they dress just like the goddamn Pope. Why these niggas ain't dressed like them over there? I bet you these non-products of Ethiopians, they looking at these women like, yo, y'all compromise. What y'all bring that into our land for? Huh? So don't talk to me about Ethiopian Christianity is not a product of Rome when you got these brothers over here showing you their true indigenous nature. Y'all lost this one. I'm sorry, y'all lost. First, y'all following St. Mark in the Church of Alexandria instead of following St. James in the Church of Jerusalem. Because if y'all was following St. James in the Church of Jerusalem, y'all would have never been talking about no Miaphysite, Deiphysite, the divinity of Christ. Is he one with the Father? Because James ain't teach that. James was a strict observer of the law of Moses, just like it states up here. Right here. Ecclesiastical Histories by Eusebian. Again, this is the same Eusebian who St. Mark was penned after. He's giving more credence to James.
Man, the same thing.
James, the brother of the Lord, was called the Just, was the first to preside over the Church of Jerusalem. He was a man of great virtue with steadfastness, observing the law of Moses with scrupulous novation. So we're not going to sit here and say and play games that James is the one we should be following, or y'all over there following St. Mark, a man who never got them existence. Go ahead, Mal.
All right, no, hold on, Malachi. Before you, Apostle was here. Apostle, go ahead. And then Malachi.
Get him, Apostle.
First of all, a bishop is not a called office. It's a desired office. If a man desires the office of a bishop, he must be blameless. So it's not like an office of an apostle who is called, or an office of a pastor who is called, even an office of a minister who is called. A bishop's office is that equal to a deacon, one who is selected or chosen by church membership. If a man desires the office of a bishop, it says the only requirement is a desire. James was placed in head of the church in Jerusalem, but they had a church in Rome, they had a church in Ephesus, they had a church in Corinth, they had a church. All of these churches were spread out through Asia Minor, not just Jerusalem. You don't know what you're talking about. You selected.
No, I do. Jerusalem was headquarters. Jerusalem was the head in charge.
I had to wait.
Your
wait to turn again. You brought up a book that's rejected. A book that talks about Christ and Mary Magdalene getting married and living in India. A lying book. A heretic book that nobody accepts, not even their apocrypha accepts the Gospel of Thomas and the 12 apostles. We know it's a heretic book.
Headshot! Headshot!
You know that. Headshot! Anything from that book.
Nigga, shut your feminine ass up, nigga. You sound gay.
Retarded ass.
Paul, mother boy, you want to live? Do you want to live? Yeah, I think so.
Hey, man, let me rap, son.
Yeah. Let's get it in. We got you, Apostle.
Let me finish.
All right, go ahead, King.
I can't help it if none of y'all know what the hell you talking about.
Man, we know what you do.
It's not my fault that you don't know what the hell you talking about. Because you want to talk about James the bishop. What did James do? In Acts 15 at the Jerusalem Council, when they called Paul to feed about what Paul was doing, when Peter said that Paul is mostly misunderstood.
All right, Apostle.
Honestly, you let him go for 10 minutes.
That's Apostle. He's a debater, brother. And you don't understand. Hold on. Stop for a minute, brother. Just be quiet for a minute. He is the debater, Apostle. You're just supposed to be asking questions, really, but I'm giving you a little shine to let you go in. But you can't control the show, brother. That's all I'm asking you, man. So let me move on to Maccabee. Maccabee, before you go, brother, no profanity, none of that stuff, because y'all destroyed my...
I already know these Millie Mouth.
No, brother, you don't know. That's why I only got 353 people. People calling me up, asking me, am I live? And I'm telling them I'm live because they not shooting out my notifications. Right? So that's why it's like that, because of the constant profanity, using the N word.
Okay.
Hold on. Damn.
Okay, but look, let me rap. Let me rap real quick.
All right, just none of that ad homs and none of that crazy.
All right, but look, I'm saying you saying no cussing or nothing like that.
Right.
But look, Nick Rose can get up here and call men liars.
No. Nobody called you.
Like, stop muting me, man.
Because I'm trying to stop you before you go crazy and go.
I ain't finna kill shit. I'm not finna cuss no niggas out of none of that. I'm just saying these same men, like Apostle.
All right, brother, deal with the information, brother. You got the mic. Go ahead, go in.
Look, bro. Just stop muzzling me. Let me rock. Okay. Shout out to my brother Selah Shalom, brother. Excellent presentation. You understand? Against the Ethiopian Jabari. He ain't never blew no guns at us ever. You know what I mean? He stood on the opposite side with Apostle, with them Lions Den Negroes. Can I say Negro? Okay. Yeah. With them Lions Den Negroes and got buried. Okay? Every bit of information this brother brought out tonight was sourced. It was sourced. It was mine. Okay? Whether we dealing with... Hey, look, zip it up. Zip it up, Si. Like, why is they allowed to talk?
They not.
So look, everything this brother brought out tonight was sourced. You dig? Point, counterpoint, source. So if anybody got a problem, deal with it, what he brought out. Secondly, he's not lying about James the Just versus Paul versus Mark or whoever you talking about. Look, before we get to any of Selah's sources, we can go to Acts 15, the Jerusalem Council. We can go to Acts 21 when Paul brought his monkey ass back up to Jerusalem. Okay? The chief apostle, according to Paul, is James the Just. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, apostle? No, so-called apostle, because you're not an apostle.
All right, come on, none of that, man. We don't want that.
What do you mean? Side, cuz, come on, man. Come on, man. Let me rap, because according to the Bible, he's not an apostle. He's not a Bible according to he's not an apostle according to the Bible. Okay, let me rock. Now look, let me rock. Look, let me rock. Okay, now when Paul brings his monkey ass up to Jerusalem in Acts 15, there's a man that stands up and gives his judgment. Easy band know this. Acts 15 and 13, James stands up. He said, my judgment is this. That means, look, what's his name? Zion Warchild. Zip it up, Hot. This is a kill shot. James the Just stands up.
It is not.
Side, if you don't know, James the Just is Joshua's biological brother. He stands up. He gives a judgment. He tell Paul, this is what you teach.
Why are you letting this?
Zip it up.
Hold on, man.
Zip it up.
Man, shut up, Zion.
Zip it up.
Yeah.
Nigga, I'm speaking scripture. Look, zip it up.
All right, park your car, man. Come on, man.
All right, so look, Acts 15, James the Just. Look, when Paul comes to Jerusalem, he got to validate what he been teaching. He comes to Jerusalem. Just in case he done ran in vain, he got to come and teach or talk to the men who are in reputation, just in case he done ran in vain. The men he talked to is James, Joshua's biological brother, his younger brother. All right? James gives him instructions. He says, teach the Gentiles this, to abstain from meats offered to idols, from fornication, from things strangled, and from blood. He commands him to teach this. Then in verse 29, he tells him, not only do you teach this, nigga, you live by it. Okay?
Park your car, brother. Park your car.
All right, so look, he got to go to Jerusalem and check in with the real apostles. They give him the top apostle gives him an order. This is what you teach. When he get out there, he teach something totally different. Totally different. And according to him in Galatians 1:19, James is an apostle. Quoted. Galatians 1:19, the brother of Jesus, James, is the apostle. When Paul goes to Jerusalem in Acts 15, Acts 21, James is in charge. Okay. Now, true about this. If you get into the Nazarene literature, easy bands don't know about this. Apostle don't know about this. Get into the Nazarene literature. The Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. Peter and Clement write to James. And they call him the chief presiding apostle and bishop over the whole movement. Wow. You see?
All right, brother, we got to move on. We got to move on.
So Acts matches up with the Nazarene.
Done, bro. I heard you.
All right.
What I'm saying is Acts matches up.
I heard you, bro.
All right, Zion.
What he's leaving out. Okay.
Acts matches up. Acts matches up with the Nazarene literature.
Okay, brother.
All right, Zion, go ahead. You got the floor.
Okay. Bridle your tongue, brother. Okay, so here's the problem. Here's what he's leaving out. James was over a specific region. Paul was over a specific region. Watch this. See, this is foolishness. What he's doing is telling you something that if you don't know the actual...
I got to go back to the topic, though. Come on now.
Yeah, no. But it is the topic because this is about how Ethiopia and why Ethiopia was evangelized by a different prophet than Paul. See, they're trying to make it... See, the Greek and the Romans got from Paul. Ethiopia did not. Okay, Simon Peter, he preached to Pontus, Galatia, and Bithynia, Cappadocia, and the Asia Minor. Andrew, he evangelized to Scythia and Achaia. So there were different apostles who were sent out to different regions. He's talking about Paul like Paul is relevant to Ethiopia. He is not. That is why the brother was right when he said this is smoke and mirrors. Because if you don't know that these different people were sent to different areas and they teach different doctrines according to their leadership, then you'll understand. James the Greater, he was ministered to Jerusalem, of course, because he was Jesus in Judea. Of course he did, stayed there. Philip teach to Phrygia, modern day Turkey. Bartholomew, Nathaniel, he evangelized to India and Armenia. Matthew evangelized to Ethiopia and to Persia. Paul, Asia Minor, Greece, and Italy. So when I say that Ethiopia did not get its teachings from Greco-Romans, that means that he did not get it from the teachings of Paul. Even though Paul's articles are there in the text, it doesn't matter. Their doctrine came from a closer related doctrine to James's because Matthew and Mark did not deviate. Paul's doctrine later on got deviated by the Romans and the Greeks whom he was teaching to, who then imposed Hellenization on it. This is what he keeps doing, trying to erase what I said that totally destroys his entire argument. And the entire argument is on the factions of the churches. Not that, he want to try to label all Christianity under Paul. That is not so. And under Greek, just because it's in Greek doesn't mean that the writers were Greek or that the original interpretation is Greek. And so therefore, if we ain't Paul and we ain't Roman, we ain't Diophysit, then we ain't Roman Hellenized. And that's just it.
All right, let me go on over to Seven Asar. What up, Seven? Unmute yourself.
Peace to you, Thunder.
How much did you hear? Yes, how much did you hear?
What I really heard, I heard a little bit of the argument, but really what I came on here for, brother, is I have to address this. I have to, because your platform is too important. The work you do, the people that you put on, and the information you provide to our community is too important. And I have to address whoever that was. I don't know who the brother's name, who continued to curse, who continued to say the N-word I want you to understand, you have to respect this platform. Not only that, but if you really truly support your brother Sonetta, show some discipline, brother. Because when he corrected you and told you not to curse, and then you continue to do it, it was blatant disrespect in my eyes. And I would appreciate it if you would apologize to Sonetta, even though that apology is not going to do anything to what's affecting his platform. Because as you continue to curse and put his platform in a state of not being able to grow, you're hurt not only yourself, but your community, because you're on here for a reason. You're on here because he provides a platform for you to be able to state your case. And I know you support Brother Sonetta. I'm not saying this to disrespect you or down you. I'm saying this so you can have some discipline with yourself. Because if you truly support this brother, as I do, right, you rarely, if you've ever heard Sonetta tell me not to curse or not to say the N-word, because I have discipline, I respect my brother, I support him, and he gives me the opportunity to educate our community, to support the facts that will put our community in its right, up into its right trajectory to be the best that it can be. So I'm just going to end it right here, and y'all can continue with y'all's debate and discussion. I think this is an excellent show. I want to add that both of you brothers have done a great job from what I've seen. But please have discipline. Please refrain yourself from cursing or saying the N-word, and respect this platform, because it's all we have. And we don't have too many like this.
Thank you.
Who face you ran into, man?
All right. Huh?
Look at his face. Look like he ran into a fist.
Nah, come on, man.
You trying to disrespect me?
No, you ain't hear that. Just let it go. We ain't got. What's up?
I gotta get ready to bounce. I gotta wake up, bro. I gotta early start tomorrow.
All right. Hey, thank you for coming through, brother. Appreciate you, Selah. Give us your last closing words, brother.
Yo, salute to Sonetta. You know what I mean? I definitely respect you give me an opportunity to speak on your platform. You've been putting in pain for a long time, brother. You know what I mean? For a long time. You know, I've been on these YouTube streets for a long time. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
When YouTube started, I've been dropping this information when a lot of these cats.
Yeah, I met you in Atlanta, man, years ago. How many years was that ago?
That was when you was cool with SETI still.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we always up in there. That was fire right there back then.
Yeah, that was my first time bumping shoulders with you then. But I was watching you even before that. That was my first time actually bumping shoulders with you. So salute to you, man. You deserve your flowers, man. You know what I mean? Like, it kind of disappoints me sometimes that you don't get the numbers that you deserve.
Yeah. At one time I was, but then they stopped it a little bit because, you know, when that polite situation went down, everybody started flagging me, talking about, you know, Sonetta, this is a pedophile platform. And that's when they started, you know, stopping the channel from growing.
Yeah, because I remember, like, at one point, you was at an apex, like when you was doing
black people did that to me, not no white man. That's why I said, man, I'm not talking to white man. Ain't no devil no more, man. Not to me.
Facts.
I'm looking at our people. So it wasn't no white man that did that.
That's sad. But like, even when you was at your apex, when you did the I think it was the Hebrew on trial or the Kemetic on trial, when you had rented the building, you had the line around the corner and all that.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, start getting it in. You know what I mean? But you're right. You know what I mean? The hate started coming, especially with the polite thing. Then when the whole SETI thing fell out and all that. You know what I mean? The algorithm.
And what happened with that one was SETI ended up listening to Young Pharaoh. And now look at him in Young Pharaoh.
Exactly. And he ain't even come back like on some real, like on some men-to-men joint. I was kind of disappointed that at least the brother should have reached back out to you and said, you know what, let's wrap it up and keep it moving as men. You know what I mean? It's crazy to me because I see him over there doing this thing, but it's not the same when it ain't the same when nobody your platform
nobody challenging you and all that.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying like nobody. It's like SETI's doing his thing on his platform, but it's not the same when he on your platform. You know what I mean?
Right.
It goes with certain other cats. Like they cool with it yet, but when they come here, you know what I mean? It's the real deal joint. But yeah, tonight's debate was great. Shout out to Zion Warchild. You know what I mean? He did his thing. I ain't no hater.
Appreciate you,
know what
brother.
I mean? No shots fired. Still Rastafari. You don't know.
Much love. You understand me? Yeah, man.
Okay. So at the end of the day, you presented our sides. Y'all make the decision. He presented his sources. I presented my sources. And y'all make the decision. It's on y'all. So with that, your boy Selah Shalom.
Thank you, brother. Peace to you.
Y'all respect. Salute.
All right. Peace. Salute to you. All right, y'all. We getting ready to close this thing down anyway. Apostle, you going live later? I seen you over there getting it in last night.
Yeah, I might do it. Wait until tomorrow. I don't want to wear the people out, man. Make the people tired.
No, you ain't wearing them out. Tomorrow's the football day, man. Why would you wait till the football day?
Today was a football day for me.
Oh, yeah, the college football.
Nah, Sunday is tomorrow, but you got the day. Nah, Redskins played and the Eagles played today.
They got their butt kicked too.
Yeah, they did. They did. We just going for the draft pick now, man.
College football, that was college football is exciting, brother.
I can't get into it, man. I can't get into it.
Get the one with what's my man name? What's my man name that used to play for the Cowboys?
Trying to disrespect the person and the other opposite debater.
What's my man name that used to play for the Cowboys? He was on the sideline. I think he's the coach for one of the college games.
Oh yeah, you talking about the quarterback guy?
No, the wide receiver. He was a wide receiver. Oh man, what's my man name? The black brother.
Des Bryant.
No,
he's talking about
ring. They won the cancer. He played for the Cowboys. On the ring.
Him and
not Deion, the other one, not Deion Sanders.
Troy Aikman.
Michael Irvin.
Michael Irvin. Okay.
Michael Irvin. Yeah, he was on the ground like just going crazy for his team. That was exciting, man.
Yeah, he do that every week.
Yeah.
Cosman need to know there's more than one James. You got James and John, the sons of Zebedee. So there's more than one James. James the Just was Christ's brother. But that other James that was an apostle is James, John's brother, the sons of Zebedee. So they don't know what they be talking about. It's all
right.
All right. Hey, Vance, you want to say something before we close this thing out?
Can I? Oh, yeah. Go ahead, brother. Easy Vance. Thank you.
Yeah. So I just wanted to touch on what the brother Selah was talking about with James.
Nah. Just say something because Selah ain't here today right now. So just go in on whatever you want to. Just say what you want to say.
Cool. I'm going to just say this then. You know, I was looking up a few things, and the Ethiopian church actually follows a lot of James's teachings and a lot of his theology.
That's true.
That's basically what I wanted to say. I got a whole rack of points. I got like 7-8 points that I could talk about.
That's very true.
Maybe we could do that with Apostle on the next show.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to say this to all you Israelites in the building. I see we got Apostle, we got Zion Warchild, and we got Easy Band. All right, to you three brothers.
Easy Band's a Christian now.
He's a Hebrew, same thing. I was just saying, just like you're a Christian too, Apostle.
No, I used to
be a Hebrew, a Christian. Y'all all the same thing, brother.
Yeah, I'm a true Christian. All
right, now you admitted it. So here's the thing. Yeah. Judah Naz came out with a video a couple of days ago, going off on me, talking about, that dude Sarnetta called God a demon and he is wicked and all of this stuff. So I'm letting y'all know, man, that I'm calling Judah Naz out, and I will prove that the God of the Bible, Apostle, Easy Bands, and Zion Warchild is indeed wicked, and I stand on it. And if any one of y'all want the smoke as well, I'll give it to you too. But I'd rather give it to Judah Naz. I want him. So I want you watching, Judah, be a man, come face me like a man, and let's get this in, brother, me and you. I'm telling you that the God of the Bible, your God, Judah, in your Torah is wicked, is evil, and I can back it up with your scriptures, with your sources. So
you're going to have to do better than 2 Samuel.
Don't worry about that. I got it. And if you want to step in this place, I'll spank you too. So if you want to step in this place, hit me up. If Judah back out, you can step up, Apostle.
Okay.
And it's just going to be me and you. Nobody else.
Nobody else.
Dr. Paul, nobody.
Can I say something before you close out?
Go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
I just want to say that Elder Apostle, I don't want no smoke with you. But you have to understand, just because you're an elder doesn't mean that you are allotted to disrespect people.
I didn't disrespect you, man. I was joking.
All right, hold on, y'all.
I don't know what situation.
No, I'm not trying to get into no type of contentious conversation. I'm just saying, my brother, hold on. Because you can't tell people how they feel if they feel disrespected, right? Then what you say is, I apologize. I didn't mean to disrespect you.
I'm saying that to you.
Okay.
All right.
I appreciate that, Elder. I appreciate that.
All right,
I will always give you the respect. You know what I'm saying? But my mother.
All right, hold on. Ebony knowledge, because you be over there frequently. When you see Judah, tell him, yo, Sarnetta said, why are you talking about him? Just go face him face to face. Because I'm not going to come over here and bang on you and talk trash about you. I want to challenge you on the information. And you've been a Old Testament Hebrew for a long time, brother, for a long time. And I just started studying a little bit of the scriptures for maybe 3 years now. So I'm willing to spank you. And my sister Ebony Knowledge said that she's going with you. She's going with Judah. Judah's going to win. So let's see. Let's see if anybody have any logical thinking in their mind, we can get it in. And the people with the real logic and the realismism, they know what it is. They know what it is. What's up, Brother Locke?
Peace and blessings to every brother that's on the panel, as well as every brother and sister that's in the chat, as well as your families. I had put something earlier in a conversation in regards to warlord. I see a lot of the stuff that you was putting up in the debate was a lot of woo stuff, and I was asking you if you was from the island.
I'm from Long Island.
Okay, because I see it. That's why I put in the chat.
I'm from Long Island. Yeah, I'm a woo head, B. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why I was asking if you was from Stapletown, the Hill, now born, like where you was from.
Yeah, he talked. Yeah, he was talking daggone PM Dawn. I'm talking Wu-Tang, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? Just Long Island strong. Shout out to my strong family. Yeah, man.
That's what it is. Knowledge is knowledge, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But my thing also that I wanted to compound on more so was this. And I was putting a couple of things in the chat towards Sadat and a couple of other brothers. I'm somewhat behooved when I hear brothers on just information. Mind you, it's just clear information, whatever school you thought you may come from, how disrespectful brothers and sisters become towards each other. I don't understand it. I don't understand it for any fraction in any capacity, form, or fashion. Like, okay, you might be a Muslim, he might be a Jew, he might be a Christian, but at the end of the day, it's just simply information. It's simply okay to agree to disagree without disrespecting each other. But brothers seem like they get on the internet and get beyond themselves because you behind the keyboard or you behind a phone and you just talk wild crazy to each other.
Come on, preach.
Right?
Come on, preach.
And half of these brothers and half of these sisters as well, once you get amongst each other, if y'all was face to face, y'all would never have that same energy towards each other. So why project that energy to a total stranger if you have genuine love towards your brother and the same aspirations and values and principles that you want for yourself, you want for your brother or for your sister? Why you project that energy on the internet? Because other people that's amongst other races look upon and they say, look at these monkeys, look at this, look at that, look how they handle each other. And I'm speaking from the standpoint as a Muslim, and I don't care about even the Deen of Islam. I don't care about none of that. I'm talking about as being a black man that say genuinely, I love you, brother. I want the best for you. And I want you to provide the best for your family. This internet, as in Islam, we call it the dunya. The dunya, the world, is crazy, bro. And this internet stuff, whether you do it for likes, algorithms, cash apps, whatever it is, it's crazy, bro. You should never want to go wild crazy on somebody that's a total stranger in your life that you don't even know.
That's true. I agree with him on this one.
Word.
It's crazy, man. Just show some restraint. Just show some discipline, some decorum. Just tighten up a little bit.
Right. Some civility.
All right. I agree. Let me make a phone call. Let me see if this dude pick up.
Who you calling, sir? So about to start something.
No, I'm not.
Brother Law, that's why I agree with you 95% of the time.
Hold on,
you
bro.
be on point.
See, that's what I'm talking about. See, I calls Judah all the time. He never picks up his phone. All the time.
I'm just not. For me personally, I'm just not into degrading and disrespecting total strangers. Because half of y'all brothers, if not all of these brothers on the panel, I don't know none of y'all from a can of paint.
Right.
But for me to get on the internet and just feel that I can say fuck F you or this or that and disrespect you, I
do want to go in about a little bit of that too. I do want to go in a little bit about that. When I
don't know y'all families. I don't know your mother. I don't know your father, your kids.
I need to.
It's just crazy to me, man.
It's a lack of integrity going on.
All right. Early in the morning over there where Judah's at right now. Yeah. Early in the morning is about, I would say, maybe.
Now, this is when he do his shows. This is when
hold on. It's about 11 o'clock. So the reason he went off on me was because he claims that I didn't answer my phone when he called me. And that's when he went because of that. You know? But he ain't think like, damn, did Sarnetta really hear my phone call? I didn't hear him calling me. But I call him all the time, and this is what I get.
Right.
Look, see, y'all can see it. See? You don't see me going crazy because you ain't pick up my call. He go crazy. Yeah. You know, I'm calling
11 a.m. is not early in the morning either.
The psychosis. The psychosis, man.
So there it is, man.
Hate to say it, but he said it himself. He admitted to it. He confessed it.
He don't want no smoke with you, sir.
Peace and blessings, everybody. Thank y'all for tuning in. We out.
Can I close out real quick?
Close out real quick, brother. We out.
Real quick, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm not going to go back over the debate. My brother Selah is not here. You know what I'm saying? However, what I don't like to see in the chat, like, for instance, my people were here too. I had a whole bunch of Rastafari here. They weren't trying to tear down or attack, you know what I'm saying, Selah Shalom's character. So when you see cats who got the Cosmon name and all, and they're all a part of the, you know, Creator Gang and all of that stuff, doing that kind of rhetoric, just know that it's no different than any other cultist trying to minimize the argumenter for the audience. It's called tainting the jury pool, y'all. You know what I'm saying? It's dishonest. It's a lack of integrity. You know what I'm saying? So he want to talk about, you know what I'm saying, whether we, you know what I'm saying, God's, you know, will or whatever is righteous or just when people are so unjust. Man to man is so unjust, Bob Marley said. You know what I'm saying? So don't do that. You know what I mean? I'm not going to attack, you know, I can attack, you know what I'm saying? And they keep on bringing up that little situation with, I literally did not take the debate. I passed it over to somebody else. I wasn't debating, even though I still disagree with your doctrine. And I know the Roman influences.
I wasn't even there in the debate. And
you know, but he keep on attacking me, talking about, oh yeah, you was with the Lions then. See, that is called a broad stroke. These are fallacy arguments. These are oversimplifications. These are what they call swift or quick judgments. You know what I'm saying? Generalizations. to try to minimize somebody to support their gang member. That is not integrity, yo. Integrity requires a level of respect for your own dignity. So if I hear somebody is right, even though they might not be a part of my team members, you know what I'm saying? I have to still be honest about where they're right and where the other person is wrong. Even if it's my team member is wrong, my team member is wrong. And I have my loyalty does not circumvent my daggone dignity, my integrity. Don't do that cultish crap, because then you look too stupid, right? I'm sorry. So at the end of the day, just understand that it's more complex than what they're saying. James, the brother just brought it out. James's doctrine was more closely related to the Ethiopian. And then Paul's doctrine was corrupted by the Gentiles, the Romans. And
I don't believe that.
I'm not saying that Paul himself was. I'm saying what came out of the churches that he brought forth became more Hellenized. You know what I'm saying? Because it was the Greeks that he was preaching to. Whereas the Egyptians and the Syrians and the people in Jerusalem and Judea that the other apostles were preaching to kept, and even Apostle Paul talks about it in Acts with Chloe, the church of Chloe and the church of Apollos and the different churches and their different beliefs. He addresses this in Acts. This is what they leave out, because there was differences in opinions about how they viewed divinity and God and the messiahship and this is documented in the scriptures and outside of the scriptures in the apostolic teachings. I brought out Irenaeus and the images he brought out. He brought out images of stuff that was done of apostles and saints that were in the 3rd and 4th generation. Those paintings are in the 16th century, like France and Sicily. Of course they're going to be white. This is the smoke and mirrors, y'all. So y'all want to say that the brother won, y'all can say what you want to. I know that Unc West won against Dr. Inky, but you know what I'm saying? Y'all voted the way y'all voted. I ain't hurt. And you're going to see more of me. And that's what I got to say. Hold your face. Fix your face and wipe your mouth off.
Good show, brother. Good show.
Appreciate you. You there, sir?
Yeah, I'm here, Brother Lai. You want to say something? You came back up.
I thought maybe I had fell off, but I see that you probably took me off of the chat. It's all right. No problem. I mean, I said what I had to say.
Good debate. But they be doing some misrepresentations up here, man.
Right. Can't oversimplify.